All right. It said 3, 2, 1, go. So we are live, and I am sitting at the desk on this fine Saturday. My sister in law and her fiance have just left, and we had a wonderful time. So that was kind of cool. Um, let's see. Let me double check some stuff real quick. Nope, we don't need that. So what do I got to show you? I got a lot of stuff to show you guys today. I finally actually did something that I've been wanting to do like my whole life. And by my whole life since I was like, I don't know, 17. So that's exciting. So we'll talk a little bit about that. Um, Now, some of you may know from stories I've told in of my past that when I was like 16 and up to 17, what's up, guys? Oh, you like the hat, Bubba? Yeah, yeah. That's my General Lee hat. On the back, it's got Rebel. Um, I mean, some people give me looks when I'm out in public, but not really, because this is Florida, and so even the northern transplants that come down here, they kind of know, you know. This is the South. I mean, Florida was the third state to secede from the Union. So, welcome to Florida. We love you. As a matter of fact, I'm really happy with all of the Florida transplants because during the last election, Florida went even further red. So apparently, the New Yorkers that we were all worried about was going to come down here and F up Florida uh, was a worry we really didn't need to have because apparently all those Michiganders and New Yorkers and Ohioans that come down to Florida, they were like, we're in Florida and we're voting like Floridians, and they all voted red. Love the hat. Thank you very much. I got this on Amazon. I believe it wasn't even very expensive, like $9 or so. I mean, it's a well-made hat, but like everything else, it's probably made in China. Yeah, it's made in China, 100% cotton. The Chinese probably have no idea what this is, you know. But you know me, I've got a lot of hats, and some of them, yeah, every state went redder except for like a couple of counties. So that is a testament, I think, not to piss anyone off too bad, to how sick and freaking tired your average, everyday, normal guy, to quote John LaJoy, is of hearing about trans story time and etc. I mean, the abortion issue, I don't really even think that was on the minds of most people who voted red, because it's like, okay, we don't like it, but it's not like our main concern. You know, we got other shit we're more worried about than whether or not, women do whatever. Stitch mag on it. Nah, I'm pretty sure that our boy, the orange man, I mean, that guy was born in Queens. You know, he wasn't born that far from where my pops was born. So he's probably not going to be pro Southern, which, before anyone thinks this hat is a racist thing, in my eyes, all it means is Southern pride. And yes, I am very proud of my Southern roots and ancestry, etc. I'm also very proud of being an American too. So, I think that what happened is, like, Klansmen and neo Nazis and shit started flying this flag at their stupid freaking rallies, and it gave the flag a bad name. Hey, Jose, how you doing? You come here willing to inspire people. Well, look, we all need inspired, man. Inspiration is what we all need. But I basically think that some of the people who run around waving this flag have kind of besmirched what the flag is about, you know, because this is the Confederate battle banner, not the flag of the Confederacy. And it has nothing to do with most of the shit that people think it does. This is the flag that my ancestors would be flying as they marched across the field into Union gunfire. You know, this has nothing to do with slavery. It has nothing to do with any of that. It's just literally the battle flag that Confederate soldiers used so that they would, know where to line up and stuff, right? And people want to make a thing out of it. And it's like, it's not a thing, man. As a matter of fact, other than maybe the stars and stripes and the what's it? The one the lady made that some people don't like anymore. Is there anything more American than this flag? Not really. This flag represents what it means to be an American. You know, it means standing up for what you believe and, doing, fighting hard for your folks and your kin and everything. I mean, a lot of people, they just think this is a racist flag, and they're so wrong. It's like, do you guys have any idea? And I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to the people who think this is a racist flag. Do you have any idea how many black people fought under this flag? And Hispanics and mixed race people from New Orleans? Thousands willingly fought. And almost every single tribe of Native Americans fought under this flag. Almost everyone. So this is as American as any other flag. You know, it just represents the lower 13 states. That's all. You know, it's good. Kentucky is the center star on both flags because, Kentucky can never be normal. So if you look at this flag as a flag, the star in the dead metal is Kentucky. But if you look at the Union flag with the circle or whatever, the star, they have the star for Kentucky too. Yeah, that's what I was saying. The Indians, they fought for the Confederacy, every damn tribe. One of the last Confederate unit to surrender was the Cherokee Warriors. So yeah, to say it's a white supremacy thing, that's a modern thing. In the old days, if it, like back in the days of the Dukes of Hazzard and shit, this flag meant one thing and one thing only. You were born in the South. That's it. That's all it meant. Hell, if you like rap music, watch the video Sorry Miss Jackson by Outkast. If you look at Andre 3000's belt, he's wearing a Confederate flag. And why is he wearing a Confederate battle banner? Because he's from Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, we need to take that shit back. There's too many people who, they see a flag and they automatically want to think a thing. And it's like, no, man, this is history. It's so funny, too. It's like that woman on The View went on to get her DNA done, and she's like, super, we need reparations, blah, blah, blah. And when she got her genetics done, it turned out she was related to a Confederate soldier. It's like, well, no shit. I mean, do people think that there wasn't a lot of racial intermingling back then? Like, people forget, and this is something I don't know if you know, Jose. People forget that the first person to ever import African slaves, which was way before the United States existed, was a freed black man who was trying to raise rice And it turned out that the white people that he was trying to hire to help him raise the rice didn't know how to do it. So he hired people from Senegal. Well, he bought slaves from, I think, Senegal, because apparently those slaves understood how to raise rice, how to grow rice. And that was the first man to actually own slaves. So it's like, okay, so who are you mad at again? Because you know, and also slaves were in America before America existed. Anyone who knows our history would know that when the United States was a crown colony of England, there were slaves here. Now, the English did the smart thing. They paid all the slave owners money to free the slaves, which is what we should have done. It would have like solved every issue. There wouldn't have been like the need for over 500,000 people to die and all that. And, to cause bad blood for the next 100 years, etc. But no, we're Americans, so we got to do everything the hard freaking way. But yeah, that's what the British did. And I got to hand it to them. Smart idea. Smart idea. They just said, hey, you own 50 pounds sterling worth of slaves. So we're going to free those slaves, but we're going to pay you 50 pounds sterling. Because somehow back then, the British realized that taking a person's property without compensation was just theft. And even though it's weird because we're talking about human beings as property, it is what it is, Judge Napolitano did on Abraham Lincoln. Yeah. I think I did see that a long time ago, Jose. I think that was before he got fired from Fox News because he was getting a little spicy with some of the stuff he was saying. Oh, things I wanted to show you, though. I said I wanted to show you some stuff. You guys might see this. Yeah, this paper crown. Oh, yeah. Your boy finally went to medieval times. And what's crazy is I worked there for 2 years and never saw the show and never went. I worked in the back with the furriers, taking care of the horses. So I was an hourly employee. I didn't get paid by show, which is how they used to do it. And I never went to the show. I just never did. I would show up and I would do the horse hooves and wrap their legs, put the saddles and comparisons on, and then at the end of the night, I would wash and brush them all and put them up. That was my job. I was the guy that took care of the horses. So I was not in the show at all. I was completely behind the stage, right? So I just never, ever went. Well, while my sister-in-law and soon-to-be brother-in-law were down, we're like, all we ever do when you visit is just sit around the house and play games or watch movies. We should do something fun. And we landed on it, got to be my choice. And I said, well, I've never been to medieval times. And it's right down the street, And they're all like, okay. And we went. And I'll tell you what, if you've never been to medieval times and you don't, and you like that kind of stuff and you have the money to do it, which I don't think it was super expensive. It might have been like $22 for a ticket to medieval times. I would suggest doing it. Yeah, they'll never automate and train farriers. That's just not going to happen. But so we got to go, and at random, based on when we came into the place, we were assigned the black and white knight, who all the knights represent a kingdom in Spain, because Medieval Times is actually owned by either a Spanish or Portuguese company. I think Spanish. So our knight was from Saragon or something like that. You know, that part of Spain. And then you had the knight from like Castile and the knight from, wherever, and the different, colors, and they come out, and at one point they have a rider come out on this beautiful white Arabian horse, right? And the horse does all the tricks. It like does the high step and the long step, and it does the sideways thing. I mean, it and the whole time they're playing like Arabic music, and the Arabic horse is like doing all the tricks. That was cool. And then you got to see the jousting and the sword fighting. And bear in mind, they are using real steel blades. They're blunted, but they're real. So if they effed up, they could literally kill one another with these things. Uh, so they're out there like duking it out, and there's a bad guy who comes out and does bad guy stuff, and um, the king and the queen are there, but they're not married. It's that the queen is the queen of half of Spain, and the king is the king of the other half of Spain, and they're making an alliance so that they can go after, I guess, the Muslims. I don't know. They didn't really go into detail about it. So the whole idea of the show is you are there, as a guest at the royal feast and games. A spada ropera, because you wear it as an accessory for your daily outfit. Nice. Well, yeah, it's kind of like how all armor is. If you use the real name of any piece of armor, it's French. Even if the armor never even saw use in France, every piece of armor is in the late medieval period is French. Yeah. But anywho, yeah, they fight with like great swords and flails and swords, and sparks are flying, and unfortunately, our knight, who I thought was the coolest, maybe I'm biased though, challenged to a duel. Damn. Spain was freaking based back in the day, huh? Be friendly or you might catch a sword between the ribs. All right. Yeah, my wife and I, and like the whole group we were with, because they separate the sections by night, they were freaking out over the black and white knight. And he was the only knight. I will say this too. I didn't notice it until my wife pointed it out. The black and white knight was the only knight that had a cross on his shield and on his livery, his freaking banner and everything. It was black and white checkered with a red cross on it, and the rest of them had like a lion and an eagle and a stag and a whatever. So we got to set in apparently the section where there was a knight that had been on crusade. I don't know. But regardless, he was really cool to watch, and we had an amazing time. An amazing time. The wife bought herself an alcoholic drink because, we were there, and the drinks were expensive, I think, but the drink she bought came in this. Now, this isn't real, it's plastic, but it's thick as hell. I mean, this thing's a good eighth of an inch, quarter of an inch thick. I mean, you hear that? You could brain somebody with this, right? And it's got its little strap, and so you can wear it around your neck, or maybe, I don't know, whatever. and of course the gold thing that says medieval times on it. But um, you know, it come with a holder. So, you know, basically your boy got a drinking horn, and my wife got a strawberry daiquiri because that's what she got, which I'm not going to lie, I took a couple sips of. But you sit there in the crowd rooting for your knight as they're, doing whatever, dueling and jousting and whatever. And then then they serve like some kind of vegetable soup and bread and half a chicken, like a rotisserie chicken. And then, you get like half a potato, like baked or fried or however they did it. It was good. And some corn on the cob and freaking, then after that, you get dessert. And the whole time you got your mug in front of you and you can get like Pepsi or lemonade or water or whatever. And plus the bartender's there and you can order drinks by an app on your phone and just tell them where you are and they'll bring you the drink. And, so famous battle where famous tercios. Yeah, the tercios were badass. 1,000 samurai pirates in one. Well, the tercios are what allowed the Spanish to conquer like the low countries, like Belgium, the Holland, whatever. Interesting. I mean, this is wargamer, old gritty wargamer stuff, but basically the tercios would set up in a square with pikemen and guys with great swords and guys with muskets, and there was like this whole thing. And they were like to wash the bottom of the using it. Yeah, well, I've got one of those sponge things. So hopefully they'll get it. But right now I'm drinking some Vietnamese coffee because I love Vietnam. And I've got a sister that lives there. So, well, half sister. I have a half sister that lives in Vietnam. So she's only ever talked to me one time, and I don't speak Vietnamese and she doesn't speak English. And it's really hard to carry on like an online conversation by using translator because, but she's family, so I love her and I hope she's doing good over in Vietnam. And even though I could never convince my wife to go because she's not a super huge fan of Asian food, um, if I ever got a chance to go to Vietnam, I might actually do it because I've heard that Vietnam is completely awesome. And the people in Vietnam love Americans and everything's cheap and everything's really good. Pike and shot. Yeah, that was during the pike and shot era. Yeah. Yep. The Spanish come up with the tercio and most European powers just could not deal with it. It was just a whole new take on hey, how you doing, Cal? Great weekend to you. I've had an amazing weekend. Thanksgiving was kind of a bust because my daughter and the baby were both sick as hell. So we couldn't go hang out with them. So we did something here. But then the next day, we went to medieval times. And even though my knight died, he made it to like almost the very end. And, that was really cool because I'd never been, even though I live a 40-minute drive away from the place. I'd just never been, even though I worked there for 2 years when I was in my late teens, never saw the show. Finally got to see it. And I don't know what the wife and the sister-in-law and brother-in-law think about, but I had an amazing time and would go back. Yeah, more than a half a century ago, Jose. Vietnam is modernized tremendously. Some of my furniture, we've got a bar in the kitchen, and so we got stools, and those stools were made in Vietnam. I would much rather buy products from Vietnam than China any day of the week, you know? And the Vietnamese, even though they are technically communist, they're all like entrepreneurs. Like every Vietnamese person you meet on the street is hustling to get that money. You know what I'm saying? Like the Vietnamese people are like cream. You know what I mean? Cash rules everything around me. Get the money, dollar dollar bill, y'all. And they love Americans. They love Americans. And it's like, like every YouTube video you watch where it's like American guy goes to Vietnam or American girl goes to Vietnam, and they're all like awesome. Like the Vietnamese people like are like, super cool. You would think the way we treated them, the fact that we bombed their country into the dust and sprayed Agent Orange all over the freaking place and killed like 1 million or 2 million of them, they would hold a grudge. They don't. They're all like, come on in, spend some money, man. Hang out, you know, we got what you need, Like I was watching this one group, these two guys were in Vietnam, and this older Vietnamese man was so like happy to meet them. He invited them to his house to show off like pieces of art and stuff that he had collected. And like he wanted to feed them and everything. And they being Americans, they were surprised at just how friendly these people were. They're like, everywhere we go, everyone is just so friendly. You get the feeling like they absolutely want you there. And they love you. They're like, you know come on in, let's hang out. And I mean, so I love that. you know Kingdom of Heaven, great movie. And of course, everybody's favorite part, which is a meme on X, is when Saladin is talking to the main character or whatever. And then the Arabic scout rides up and he's like, Master, Jerusalem is coming. And then you look across the field and first thing you see is the cross glowing gold. And then you see all the knights. And then King Baldric or Baldwin rides up and he's all like, Assalamu alaikum. And they're talking and but there was a legend, guys. There was a legend that the Arabs had, including Saladin, who was non-Arab, he was a Kurd, that Jerusalem would never fall as long as King Baldwin were alive. That was something they believed with all their hearts, that Jerusalem could not be conquered as long as King Baldwin ruled. And so they had a lot of respect. And I mean, little history lesson that you didn't ask for. When King Baldwin was 16 years old, they tried to invade Jerusalem. And by they, I mean Saladin and tens of thousands of soldiers, like an incredible amount of soldiers, right? And Baldwin crushed them. He crushed them so hard that Saladin had to flee to Egypt. And he almost got killed by bandits in the Sinai. And then he had to go to Egypt and put down a civil war because his brother thought he was dead. So declared himself the new caliph or whatever it was they were calling him. And yeah, that's when they kind of got the idea that as long as King Baldwin rules Jerusalem, we will never take it. And it is inspiring meeting loving people. Well, everything I've ever seen about Filipinos and the Vietnamese is that they absolutely are loving people. They you get off the plane and they are just happy to see you. You know, I've heard Singapore is very cool to visit. Just don't break any laws because they will cane your ass like in public and shit. So, you'll end up like that boy from back in the 90s or whatever that thought he could go to the Philippines because his dad was a ambassador and he thought he could, vandalize something or other. And the judge gave him 10 lashes, but out of, like, I guess a sense of let's be nice to this kid because his dad's an ambassador, they only really gave him 7. But let me tell you something. I guarantee you that kid learned a valuable lesson about vandalizing shit in Singapore. And that lesson is don't do it because Singapore is no joke. Like, you don't go to Singapore and F around because you will find out beyond a shadow of a doubt. The actual history is so much better. You're right, Kyle. I would agree with that. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I tell people when I run into people who are preppers. And they're like, I'm prepping this and I'm prepping that. And they're talking about moving out in the woods with their family all alone. And I'm like, that's dumb. That's the dumb way to be a prepper. Don't do that. Here's what you do: join a church that you love. In my case, the Orthodox Church. Become a part of that community. If all hell breaks loose, immediately make your way to the church, to all of your brothers and sisters in the church, and then start cooperating with them for your survival, right? And the best thing about it is if one group of Orthodox people meet another group of Orthodox people, then you just combine, right? And then that way the raiders, the freaking cannibalistic, whatever people that are just going to take advantage of anything they can, well, they can't take advantage of you when you're like 400 strong and armed to the teeth. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, we'll go mess with that lone guy hiding out in the woods, but these guys over here, yeah, they're not going to have it. And like I said, Orthodoxy does not preach pacifism the way a lot of Protestant religions do. Yeah, the thing with the Crusades is it was a response to the Arabs constantly raiding Europe. Like for every battle that the Christians engaged in, like offensive battle, there's something like 100 battles where the Arabs attacked Europe. So the Crusaders were 100% the good guys. And something that a lot of people don't seem to understand is all of the land that you look at on the map and you call Muslim land was Christian land first. And I mean from Persia to Turkey to Syria, Lebanon, all of it. Israel, all of it. Back then they would have called it Palestine. It was all Christian. And then when the Arabic hordes come flinging their asses out of the Arabian Peninsula, it was one of those, convert or die situations. And, think about it. How many times did the Turks invade Europe? Twice. And the Arabs invaded Europe through North Africa. What's up, noob? How you doing, homie? I mean, they were going to invade France had they not lost to Charles Martel, and they conquered almost every single bit of Spain except for that one chunk above the mountain range there. Well, I mean, you can always find the lead cloud and or the lead lining of the silver cloud cow, but the reality is the Arabs brought it on themselves, and the only reason they won is because European powers could not. My head's getting hot. The European powers could not maintain anything resembling alliance. You know what I mean? Like one of the first things they did when they conquered Antioch is the King of England and the King of France completely dishonored the King of the Holy Roman Empire. Like they threw his flag in the mud and talked shit about him. And so what did the King of the Holy Roman Empire do? Pack his shit up and leave. Oh, yeah, there were a lot of Christians in Spain, and that's why eventually, when they started the Reconquista, or Reconquista, however you say it, it went pretty hard. It went pretty hard. The Spanish had their own crusade, and they won it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Ferdinand and Isabella. Yeah, they won their crusade, but the Spanish sent knights to the crusade in the Middle East too. I mean, the Spaniards, and I'm not just saying this because I recently went to medieval times. I'm saying this because I know history. The Spaniards, for the longest time, had a very rich history when it comes to like knights and things like that, chivalry and stuff like that. El Cid, yeah, yeah. El Cid, I think he conquered Verona or not Verona. That's whichever one of those cities is starts with a V in Spain.
What is up, you big goofy bastard?
Are you at mom's?
Yeah.
Have a good Thanksgiving.
I came up here on Thanksgiving Day, had dinner, and then slept till this morning. Just woke up yesterday. Nice. I got up yesterday to eat and use the bathroom. That's it. I slept for 2 days. Nice.
This is what my wife bought me.
So I talked to mom. We're leaving on the 6th.
All right.
In the morning. Because I got to pick up some medication on the 5th.
All right. Yeah, Michelle just left, and she was hoping there would be some way for her to see you guys, but
well, I gotta make sure I have enough medication
to not die.
Yeah, to not die while I'm down there.
Yeah, I got you. I got you.
So
I'm just saying, sister-in-law left, and she asked about when you guys were going to be down because she wanted to be able to see you. But
we're going to be down for about 2 weeks.
Right. Yeah, because you got to be up there by Christmas so that
and I got to spend some time with my chitlins
so that Pops doesn't feel abandoned. But
the Horn of Orlando, you blow it and Walt Disney comes to life. Respect your elders.
The video, Hero Cristiano O Mercenario, about El Cid. He was everything. El Cid is everything that you think he is. He fought for the Muslims. He fought for the Christians. He ruled a Christian city. He was incredibly heroic and brave. It's like, he's a complicated guy. You can't just say, this is El Cid, I mean, even though the movie with Charles Heston was really cool.
Me and Mother just had some Popeye's spicy fried chicken.
Nice. I didn't
She
even
told,
know you had a Popeyes up there.
she said to tell you hi.
Well, I mean, obviously she would. Walt Disney comes back to life. That would be nice. If he came back to life, I'm not sure he'd be happy though.
Yeah, if we came back to life, shit would go down up at Disney.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. If he ever came back to life, I'm pretty sure Disney would be like, if he came back to life and he had any power whatsoever, he'd probably fire everyone at Disney currently. They'd all be fired. Because you have to remember one thing about old Walt is that man absolutely despised commies or anything that even remotely seemed like it might be in some way affiliated with commies. It's like, so, you know, that's just how he was.
Walt wouldn't be having these free days off because of stuff that happened the night before, like they do now.
Well, let's not get into that. That's disgusting.
Yeah, that's why I didn't say it all.
But
I'm
yeah.
just saying those rules would go out the window.
Oh, yeah. With a quickness. With a quickness. You know, that red shirt Tuesdays would be gone.
Yeah.
Rodrigo Diaz de Vivar, or Vivar, however you say it. I suck at pronouncing Spanish names. Sorry. Was a Castilian knight and ruler in medieval Spain, fighting both with Christian and Muslim armies during his lifetime. Yeah, it was complicated, bro. It was complicated, you know, like a lot of people's, MySpace page said. It's complicated. I don't know if you guys remember MySpace, but all I got to say is, as much as I love Twitter, Tom was always our friend, and we let him down.
We did let him.
When
Yeah,
we went to Facebook, we let Tom down because
yeah, he was always your top friend too. He was always there for you.
Tom was your friend, and Tom let you do whatever the hell you wanted, and Tom wasn't banning people left and right. And then everyone went to Facebook, and it was like Zuckerberg back then was a jackass and a cross between Walt Disney and El Cid. Basically, that would just be Walt Disney.
You hear that old Big Daddy Elon talking about buying Hasbro just so he could pay.
I think he's trolling. I think he's just trolling.
You never know. You never know with him because
Oh,
he
you
was.
never know. And I said, I think.
People thought he was trolling when he was talking about buying Twitter.
Oh, I don't think so. When he started talking about buying Twitter, people were like, oh shit, it's getting ready to go down. You know what I'm saying? But Hasbro, I don't know. But then
It's not
again, I
like
mean, he
it's
paid
not like it would hurt him
$47
financially.
billion. Hold on. He paid $47 billion for Twitter, right?
Yeah,
But then he used Twitter as a springboard to start some kind of startup AI company and made $150 billion.
Grognard.
Jose Pablo Luna Sanchez, thank you. Okay. Oh, what? What'd you say Grognard for?
No, Grog Prime or whatever his AI. Yeah,
Right. I mean, so it's like, could he buy Hasbro? Probably.
easy.
I mean, if he keeps going the way he's going to be the second trillionaire the Earth has ever seen.
Yeah, he's already the richest man on the planet.
No, he's second richest man.
Who's the richest?
The first richest man you don't know is the richest man.
Hey, now Zognard
Ragnar
Prime.
says he don't think he's trolling.
Exactly.
Hey, we'll see. I mean, can you imagine if Elon bought Wizards of the Coast and just freaking fired all the Wokies and just started hiring, like Arrow Otis and whoever from the old days is still alive. And, yeah, the idea that Elon would buy them made their stock jump up.
He already has spare time to play D&D.
You know what? I'll tell you something, Jose. He got in trouble when his headquarters was in California for sleeping in his office, because California, I guess, has rules. But he would just go up to, like, he said whichever floor it was, and there was like an empty office there that had a couch in it, and he would just go in there and sleep for like 3 or 4 hours, and then get back up and get back to Elon shit, whatever it was he was doing. And that is what cost him his first marriage. It wasn't that his wife didn't love him. She loved him desperately, and they had 5 kids or some shit. It was that she never saw the dude because he was always at work. And, and that's that Elon thing, that obsession. It's like Donald Trump sleeps 4 hours a day and lives on Diet Coke and Big Macs.
He was at Mar-a-Lago for Thanksgiving, of course, because why wouldn't he be?
Right.
And he was talking to Sylvester Stallone, and he tweeted, he's like, yeah, talking to O Sly here, telling him how I just rewatched Demolition Man, and says it's amazing how he was able to predict the future.
Yeah, right. Well, you know who else predicted the future?
The Simpsons.
Who was from Demolition Man?
Wesley Snipes.
Yeah, in Deadpool Wolverine, when he said, "There will never be another Blade."
Yep.
Because then the Blade TV show got canceled. It's like Wesley Snipes is the only Blade.
I watched that Wednesday night for the first time.
Well, I'm going to go out on a limb and say you loved it.
Oh, it was great.
Because it was absolutely great.
Deadpool and Wolverine was great.
Yeah, it was absolutely. Felt bad for Nice Pool.
Eh.
Why was he the only Deadpool that didn't have regeneration powers?
I don't know.
It was like, and he could also break the fourth wall, because Deadpool was talking about that shit, and he says, I can break the fourth wall too. And then he mentioned that one movie that Ryan Reynolds was in with frickin' Sandra Bullock.
Yeah, it's like The Proposal.
Yeah. Did you know that the female Hulk was supposed to be in it, but at the end of all the filming, Ryan Reynolds cut all her scenes because he didn't like them?
Yeah.
I don't know if that makes him like based or what.
I like when Paul comes riding up on his bicycle. He's like, "This Deadpool's with me," and everybody just starts cheering and like, "Yeah."
Yeah, every Deadpool has a Paul.
Yeah.
And then Deadpool leaves, and he tells all the Deadpools, "Have fun with my Paul." I like when spoilers, guys, fucking Wolverine picks up the ugly dog pool, and he starts walking, and all the guys are aiming guns at him, but none of them will shoot because they're like, "Don't shoot. He's got dog pool." That is the ugliest freaking dog too.
Henry Cavill is Wolverine.
Yeah, Cavalry. And who was it? Channing Tatum as Gambit.
Yeah.
He did a good job. And now the rumor circulating around from people who know Disney is that they're seriously considering a Chatham Tatum Gambit movie.
It's funny how they won't let them have cocaine on the show.
I know, right? Even though all they did is talk about it.
Yeah, they kept on talking about it.
Like booger sugar, Colombian marching powder. You know, it's like, what? Yeah. And then, do you know why he kept telling Wolverine till you're 90? Because Hugh Jackman has agreed to Disney to do more Wolverine movies. So Ryan Reynolds like, they're gonna milk you till you're 90. Like, you know, the only good Marvel movies that have been made since the originals really are the Deadpool movies.
Yeah.
And the Star-Lord movies.
Guardians
of the Galaxy. Yeah, it's like all the other Marvel movies have kind of sucked. But Guardians of the Galaxy was really good, and Deadpool, all the Deadpool movies have been really good.
The first Iron Man was good.
That's what I'm saying. The originals were all good.
Yeah.
Like the original Thor, the original Iron Man, the original whatever. They were good. And then at some point, they started to suck real bad. And then they just decided to keep sucking. And it was just like, why are you guys still sucking? You know, I mean, every now and then there was a spot here where a movie might be halfway decent, but by and large, no, they just sucked.
Except for Odette.
Except for Deadpool. Yeah. Because, you know, it's so weird how they didn't want a Marvel show with an R rating when so many of the actual comic books would have been given an R rating.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, that's how you know that the people make the movie never read the comics. Because some of those comics, and I didn't read a lot of them, but I'm just telling you, some of those comics were pretty feisty. You know,
I read a lot of them, and they were feisty.
Well, I remember when you collected all of the Watchmen and all of the Maximum Carnage comics.
Yeah, and they were feisty.
There's no way you can tell the story of Curtis Casty and not be all like, it's got to be PG.
Hey, Padre, really? What's up, buddy?
Hey, Dungeon Minister. I know your Thanksgiving is different than ours, but happy whatever it is up there day. Happy being in Canada day, bro. I should have said A. Happy being in Canada day, eh?
What are you talking about?
You hoser.
I got a jelly donut.
Oh, yeah. And the one guy's like, don't you say a word about Wolverine. He's the best thing to ever come out of Canada. And Deadpool puts a sword right through it. You keep my country's name out of your mouth. like, ooh, Ryan Reynolds repping Canada. Okay. All right. I got it.
When he beats the people to death with the skeleton of Wolverine to Backstreet or Bye 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 by NSYNC, that was just...
That's comedic gold.
That was beautiful.
That's why you go and see Deadpool, because he's going to do something crazy, you know? And you know he is, so you're just like, all right, let's go see some Deadpool.
Well, happy birthday, and I'm glad you got to have what you wanted for dinner on your birthday. They had a second Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I'm reading it.
Yep.
Well, happy Thanksgiving and happy birthday to you and many more, my good sir. My wife, because we really didn't do much for Thanksgiving because of sick children and babies and whatnot, My wife took me to medieval times and bought me this giant drinking horn with a holder so that I can put it in and, set it on a table.
Nice.
Yeah.
Are we gaming tomorrow?
I think so. It's every other, right? So,
yeah, I'm headed home tomorrow after church.
Yeah. So, okay. All right. Should be good.
Yeah, I can't believe I came up here and slept for 2 days straight.
You must have been tired or maybe trying to be sick.
I had a bit of a cold and I was all wonky headed. Just feeling lightheaded for a couple of days. Yeah, did your knight win?
My knight did not win, but the king's knight, who was my knight, kinda did win. Because half of the audience is for the queen and the other half is fighting for the king. And my knight was fighting for the king, and the eventual winner, the red knight, who was also fighting for the king, did win.
How was the show?
Awesome.
Do they still do the fireball?
No. But they had a young lady come out with a falcon and had the falcon fly all over the arena. Literally at one point, it flew not even 8 feet above my head.
One time that falcon landed on one of the guests' plates and started eating their chicken.
That would be hilarious.
It's happened.
But it's like WWF,
Yeah,
how they've got like 3 or 4 scripts they follow, depending.
I know. I was in the show.
And I happened to go to a script that I knew. Like as soon as we pulled up, I told everybody the Green Knight's going to be the bad guy. Watch.
I was a squire. I know.
Yeah, you got to see the show. I never did because
I
was
get to see the show.
I
was in the show. I didn't get to see nothing. I had to be part of it.
Yep. It was. They changed it. It's like they moved where the old jousting place used to be, and they made a gigantic like gifts market out of it. And so you show up like early and you just wander around trying not to impulse buy things like that horn, which the horn wasn't too bad. It was the drink that went in it was like $20.
Yeah,
but it was a daiquiri with like top shelf vodka and everything like that, so whatever. And then they eventually seat you, and it's like they bring you your mug of whatever, you get your mug of whatever you want to drink, then they give you vegetable soup and bread, and then you get half a rotisserie chicken with a potato and corn on the cob. And then when you're done with the feast, they bring you like a mini eclair, on a dessert plate, and then they clear it all off. And the whole time you're there, you have your ticket that you used to get in, right? You can like click on the code that you can click on with your phone and order drinks to your table.
Nice.
So the girls were drinking. They ordered a Prince Valiant, which was like 4 kinds of liquor and some other stuff. So a prototype board game about starship combat using chess pieces as the crew. Interesting. Your boys liked the soup and ate a lot. Yeah, I have like most of a chicken in the fridge because my brother-in-law and sister-in-law ate like half of their chicken and then brought the rest home. So I've got like all kinds of chicken in there. So I'll eat that for lunch or something. But
Well,
basically, I wanted to chat with you guys for a little while, talk about things.
I'm going
What
to.
else? Check this out. I don't know if you've seen this. I still have to fancy up the blanket
Nice.
and finish up the guy. And I have guys that are going to go in the back with like archers and spearmen. And that will be a Persian elephant. And the other thing I got
Nice.
18th century sloops, which can be done in two different ways. You can do it as the Balandra sloop or the Bermuda sloop. I mean, it's the same hull, obviously. So the difference is how you
How the rigging is done.
do the rigging, which it doesn't come with the rope or the sails. You actually make those. And
Well, I'm going to bounce off of here.
actually not an elephant, but close. The elephant model for Lord of the Rings is about 4 times as big as this thing, but it is a Persian elephant from the time of King Darius. And for 1 point, your saga army can have 2 of these. So, depending on how Hungar feels when he's down here, if we replay the Battle of Gargamella, he can choose to have elephants.
I'm going to have elephant.
On the Persian side. So, opening the box up, let's see
I'm
what
out
we
of here,
get,
brother.
guys. Huh?
I'm out.
Don't be out. You want
I
in the box.
I gotta take care of some stuff.
You get 2 different cards that tell you the stats of the different sloops. And you get hard plastic molded ships. You actually, for $39, get 2 ships.
That's cheap.
And then you get like all of the extra things like cannons and anchors and like swivel guns and the little hatches that go over where the gun ports are, etc. And the other thing is that it can be built so that you can take the deck off and be under the deck. Actually, I think there might only be 1 in this one. Let me see. 19th century sloop. I thought it said 2. Set contains multi-part. Oh, so there's only 1 in this one.
That's still cheap.
But the other box set I bought comes with 2. Because it's the 2-player starter box.
Yeah.
So basically, ships in the game, because if you go to the game page, they have an army builder for all the games they make. A sloop like this is like 14 points. And typically you play a 100-point battle. So, and if you want to, you can play a straight up naval battle where it's just the crews of 2 ships maneuvering around, duking it out. So yeah, you can try to board your enemy, and you can play all of the great powers from like the heyday of piracy. So England, Spain, the Dutch, and the French, as well as pirates. And if you're more interested in like land battles, you can play the Caribbean Indians. You can play what they call the Maroons, which were Africans. And also, they sell a box set full of northeastern Indians. So, like Mohawks or whatever, because the rule set that you use for Blood and Plunder can also be used for the 7-year war. So you can buy like French Canadians and British militia, and then Northeast, like forest natives, to fight out like battles from like the Last of the Mohican.
All right. Well, I'll see you. I'll see you in person in 8 days.
Yep, we'll be waiting.
All right, love you. Bye.
Love you. Bye. So there you go. Hungar dropping in to say what up. Yep. Any day I get to talk to my Jane's Fleet Command for PC, yeah. The Jane's thing I remember because I used to play Harpoon, and I think they used the Jane's catalog or whatever for all the statistics for all the ships. You know, that was like the thing, you know. But in Harpoon, it was weird because you and your opponent would be playing the game, and you'd each have like a sheet of paper in front of you that you did all the headings and everything on, right? Because the ships rarely ever saw each other. You know, you would begin engagements with the enemy like 100 kilometers away or something, you know, whatever the range of, you know, the different anti-ship missiles were. And then of course, if you were playing a bigger game, say a carrier group versus a carrier group, then you had, you know, fighter sorties and all that sort of thing. But that was a long, long time ago when Game Designers Workshop made the Harpoon box set. Um, Definitely a game for people who like math, because you didn't actually ever need any miniatures for that game, because chances of your fleet ever getting close enough to the enemy fleet to actually see it was pretty much not going to happen. You know, everything was happening at 100 miles plus. Hey, Off Grid Gaming, how you doing, bro? I have just decided, after working on a couple of my Spartans to fix them, because I was too rough with them and broke a couple spears. But luckily, I have a whole box of extra plastic spears for them. Uh, you know, Greek arms from all the hoplites I have. So I just snipped their arms off and um, put the other Greek arms on. I figured, you know, it won't really matter. Since these Spartans aren't exactly historically correct anyway, because the actual Spartans by that time period wore an open faced helmet that kind of had like a brim that came out, because somebody decided it was more important to be able to see and breathe than it was to protect your face. So, yeah, the Spartans actually had their own kind of helmet, kind of like the people from the island that Achilles came from. They had their own kind of shield that they used. Got around to ordering one of Hungar's t-shirts. Dune Pepe, that's the run I got, also in blue, and that's what I wore to Medieval Times last night. The Dune Pepe, because I mean, come on, that is just the classic. You know, you got the classic Pepe inside of the spice tank, surrounded by all of the navigators. You know, the lesser navigator ranks. It's just like the best, you know. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. They got their shields. But if I ever broke a shield off of one of these guys, which I don't think I could really, because the way the shields are, they're kind of molded into the arm and the body. Um, I have a ton of extra shields too. But I also have a unit of uh, Greek hoplites that are equipped with the shield that Achilles used in the movie. the one that's kind of almost figure eight style that like dips in and comes down. There is a name for that shield, but I can't remember it offhand. So I'm going to stop trying. But yeah. Bactrian? No, not Bactrian. Damn it. What island did Achilles come from then? Come back with your shielder on it. Yeah. That's some harsh shit, but I mean, you know, the ladies weren't joking around, you know. Victory or death. So the Firelock Games thing came with at least, I mean, it's not instructions in the normal sense, since it doesn't show you the order to do anything. It just says, hey, here's all the parts and how they glue together. Knock yourself out. It's like, all right, let's give it a shot and see what we got. I mean, probably not super exciting for you guys. I apologize for that. To sit and watch me talk about whatever you want to talk about while I build a sloop. So, should we name this sloop the John D? Some of you will remember that song. Call the captain aboard. I want to go home. I want to go home. Why won't you let me go home? Oh, so hard. I want to go home. This old John D. See how the mainsail sells. But anyway, Skyros. I come on the sloop John B, my grandfather and me. Yeah, look at you. Look at you, yeah. That's a classic way back in the day. I don't know who even does it, but back in the day, that was like, if you listen to the radio like while you were working, like I remember one time I worked as a roofer for like a year or so, and we just turned the radio on, you know, and you would hear that song a lot. Not that I'm complaining, I'm not, but you know, that was like a song that was on heavy repeat. The first mate got drunk, stole all the captain's rum. Well, you don't want to do that. You get kill hauled, and I don't think anyone ever survives getting kill hauled. I think being killed hauled is basically just a death sentence. Now, this game has other ships, if that's something anybody cares about. Like they have, let's say for some reason in the Pirates video game, you always played the Dutch. Well, you can get a flute. They have light frigates, which also count as merchantmen. I mean, if you want to get crazy and spend like hundreds of dollars, they sell a kit for a 6-rate frigate, which is like, we're talking a ship with like, you know, 20 guns to a side. Well, I can't pause it, but I got to turn my camera off because my wife is going to come here and give me something to eat. Camera's off.
Give it a shot.
What, you make guacamole? Mm-hmm. Nice.
I have those avocados that were going to go bad.
Yeah, that's good. Okay. Camera back on. There I am. Oh, Hold up a minute. There's a bear.
Hello, hello, hello. How you doing?
I am doing great, Bear. I have heard rumors of your demise.
Rumors of my demise.
Yeah, but not for real rumors of your demise. More like rumors of your YouTube demise.
Not at all. People are so stupid. I've made literally 2 videos explaining it, and people still say dumb things. I'm just not running any live games until January.
Oh,
And so I'm just taking some time back from YouTube. I'm still doing every now and then doing a stream or stuff like that, but I'm not deleting my channel. My God, people.
well, I mean, it is that time of year where like all the holidays just kind of slam you.
No.
You know, and for some people, this is not a great time of year.
Yeah, I'm one of them. This is an awful time of year for me, but that's okay. Like, I get through it every year, and I'll survive this one as well. And January, I'm going to be back, RPG strong. I need some time to get my head in shape.
Yeah, this is like the big time of year for depression.
Yep.
And
Pretty much.
It sucks. I mean, like our Christmas is going to be all jacked up too because just family stuff has, made it where it's, whatever.
Yeah.
But you know what? I'm going to concentrate on building this sloop for a minute.
Nice.
Yeah, I bought one of the Firelock sloops. I mean, I've actually bought the 2-player game with Captain Cook or Captain Teach in it and Lieutenant Maynard. And it comes with 2 sloops.
The Antelope Sloop was a sickening sight.
Mm.
You know that song?
Mm-mm.
No, most Americans don't. It's like this. It's the unofficial national anthem of Nova Scotia, Barrett's Privateers.
Huh.
It's a good one. You'd like it, actually.
I might have to look it up.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think we were kind of doing a little bit of the sloop John D.
Nice.
That was a thing. But yeah, pretty much Hungar's super stoked for this game, and he'll be down in less than a week.
Nice.
With my mom, even though we really don't have anything super big planned. So maybe we'll take her to medieval times because I finally got to go and I thoroughly enjoyed it. And I think my mom probably would too. And my wife bought me a drinking horn with a holder. It's like right here. And she had it filled with strawberry daiquiri.
Okay.
With Tito's vodka. I remember the guy saying, hey, do not put it in the holder until you've drank at least below the leather strap.
I
was like, good to know. Good
Otherwise
to know.
Spill.
Otherwise, you will spill it all over. And then even though the horn was pretty expensive and the drink was incredibly expensive, refills were actually very affordable.
Nice.
So it's like, what's that saying though? That they want you to get hammered. You know? Because if you're the kind of person that's worried about like getting the value for your dollar,
yeah,
you're going to be like, well, I paid, all this money for this freaking thing. So I'm not going to let it go to waste. Let's go ahead and order like 3 or 4 more of these bad boys. And the next thing you know, freaking lit.
Oh, hey, OGG. Nice to see you. In Costa Rica, prices are doubled due to import taxes. Things become very expensive. Yes, that is true. But I had a friend who gave up living in Canada, moved to Costa Rica, took a trip to Costa Rica, fell in love with the country, bought a bar on the beach, and is now a man in his 50s living on a beach in Costa Rica running a bar. You know what I mean? So you got to admire that.
Yeah, I've known people to do that, but they did it with St. Thomas,
Yeah.
which is an American territory anyway.
Yeah,
So it's like,
we
hey,
listen.
there's
You got to
Shadow.
remember,
What's up, Shadow?
I have the benefit of the Canadian education. I know all about the U.S. Virgin Islands, the British Virgin Islands. I know all about that stuff. They teach us things.
Do you have the Canadian Virgin Islands?
We have a place. There's a place called Turks and Caicos that wants to become a protectorate of Canada, but our country's been fucking hemming and hawing about it for 20 years. Meanwhile, the population's like, what? We could have a place in the Caribbean where we could just take Canadian money at par? What the fuck's wrong with you? Why are you not doing this? Jesus Christ.
It'd be a great vacation location.
Yep.
Right?
But, our government has been and always shall be stupid as fuck.
Well, like I used to have a sign on when I worked for the city, I had a sign on the wall that said, "Nobody is as stupid as all of us."
That's fair. Jose, I'll tell you this, man. I know more than a few people who have gone to Costa Rica and have fallen in love with that country. So there must be something there that people go there and fall in love with it so much.
I had a friend that had dual citizenship with Canada.
Mm-hmm.
And this dude, for his vacation, would go to Canada and then fly to Cuba.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And he absolutely loved Cuba. Honestly, he just wouldn't shut up about it. And he was always telling me how I needed to go with him to Cuba. Like, he loved it. He was like, everything's, cheap. The people are great. He's like, you would love it. And I'm all like, you're probably right.
They're 100% bear their DAF. Oh, you're talking about the Canadian government. I'm like, what the hell? What's DAF mean? Oh no, weird terms. Yeah, one of my old friends who I no longer speak to, sadly, he would go to Cuba every year. He loved going to Cuba.
Yeah, apparently it's a tropical paradise, and if they think you're Canadian, then you're down, man.
Well, my landlady goes like twice a year.
Good
I
for
think
her.
about it. And they're going again in January. Her and her husband, they're going again. Like, it must be nice to have money.
Good for them. Good for them.
On the other hand, I bought a Nintendo Switch after humming and hawing about it for 8 fucking months.
Oh yeah, but what games?
Mario Kart 8, please, deluxe, please.
Nice.
And then with my membership that I got, 12-month free membership, and I did the little upgrade, I have the Nintendo, Super Nintendo, N64, Game Boy, and Game Boy Advance download packages that have like 30 or 40 more games each.
Nice.
So I can just play fucking stupid games forever all through the Christmas holiday season and not have to worry about a goddamn thing and ignore the world. It's going to be nice. I got 2 weeks of vacation.
Pretty good.
It's going to be real nice.
Yeah, a couple of years back, my wife bought me one of those little NESs.
Yeah.
The ones that look like an NES, but like quarter the size. And it had like 60 games on it.
Yeah,
so every now and then I'm all like, let's load up some Zelda. You know what I mean? Or play Excite Bike.
Dude, I literally just played some Super Mario Brothers.
Who didn't love Excite Bike? Especially since you could make your own.
Oh, Doc Flamingo's in the green room, sir.
Okay. Yeah, with Excite Bike, you could make your own. What's it? I don't see him. He must have left.
No, he must have bailed because he's a bitch.
Well, okay then, he says.
Yeah, down at the bottom of your screen, right underneath our names there where the microphone and all that is, there's a little button so you can change the layout of the screens. And you can make it so it's not tall screen. You can make it widescreen.
Well, yeah. And, if Doc Flamingo's listening, then he knows that.
Come back.
I'm not trying to, do a thing. I just suck at Restream.
Yeah, I figured it out. It took me a little while.
But, yeah. We in this house, a lot of times we drink Bustelo, which is I think, Puerto Rican espresso. And I never used to be like that.
Yeah.
But when I worked at the fire department, the engineer that I absolutely love as dearly as a brother,
Yeah, yeah.
Miguel, he got me drinking Bustelo.
Nice. I used to
And,
work with a girl who was from Colombia, and every year she would go visit her mother in Colombia, and she would bring me back 2 pounds of fresh, raw, from the fucking source Colombian coffee. Jesus, that was heaven.
Colombian marching powder.
No, coffee. It's more like Colombian dancing powder at that point.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. We buy it in the freeze dried bricks.
Yeah. The bricks. Yeah.
And when it's BOGO, we'll buy like 5 of them.
Well, these didn't come in freeze dried bricks. These came in giant Ziploc freezer bags.
Well, yeah, like fresh coffee from
Yeah.
the freaking jungles, you know, not
If it
from
wasn't for
some
the heat,
slave
I could
labor
live in
farm
Colombia.
in Kenya.
If it wasn't for the heat, I could live in Colombia easily.
Well, you know, South America is the opposite of Canada.
No, it is, boy.
The further south you go, the colder it gets. Because I was
Yep.
talking to a guy from Argentina, and he was saying if you live way south in Argentina, you are practically in Antarctica. You know,
yeah.
that's just how it is. It's like,
Oh yeah, no. Like Tierra del Fuego is the greatest misnamed piece of land in the world. You know what I mean? It's like Greenland. It's the equivalent of Greenland in naming.
right? It's like, let's name this something that's going to make people want to come here until they get here and they realize they've been had. You know, at which point it's like, ugh, we're in Greenland. I guess we'll intermix with the native tribes, but we'll give them all Viking names.
Yeah.
That'll be a thing.
Check and see if Flamingo came back. I sent him a message saying, "Get your ass back in here, you wee bitch."
I will see. So far, no, but he may pop back anytime.
Nah, he might be in a cranky mood. He's not been sleeping well, he said last night.
Well, I know how that is. So, you know, I mean, I'm not going to like hold it against him either way. Yeah, it can be lack of sleep can be a real issue.
It is true. Well, I can't stick around, sir. I came by to say hello. But my new toy has all my imagination and captivation, so I'm going to go play with my new toy.
Well, no shade being thrown here, homie.
Fair enough. Nice to see you, though. So
Nice to see you too.
Yeah, and my channel's not dead. I'm not doing anything stupid. I'm just taking a couple of months to relax.
Hey, I don't blame you, man. Sometimes you just need that time to do whatever it is you want to do.
Jose, the Falklands don't have enough trees for me to ever want to live there. I'm not a big fan of windswept rocks. Let me just put it that way.
Yeah, what a weird war that was back in the day.
Hello, Dungeon Listener, and it's lovely to see you, and you have a good day as well. All right, I'm off to Mario Kart. Bye!
Bye, bro. Yeah, it's like Argentina's like, this is our rock. And England was like, F you, buddy. This is our rock. And you can't have it. And then a bunch of bullshit happened, and then it remained England's rock. But the country I would move to if I ever moved to South America would definitely be Argentina. Not because of any particular whatever, but because I love the cold weather. So I could move down to like central South Argentina and be happy as a freaking clam. Where are you going, Shadow? You got a show going on this early? Because I wouldn't have thought you did, but maybe you do. Mars with sheep and penguin, right? It's like That is a hell of a combination to see in one place too. Sheep and penguins. It's like, so you're not doing anything and you're not going anywhere really, but you're leaving rather than joining the show and talking about things. I don't know. Oh, saying adios to Bear and Dungeon Minister. Yeah, I thought you were saying adios to me. And I was like, dude, you didn't even come on the show and say hi or anything. What's going on? You know I'm sensitive. You know that. I'm a sensitive guy. You know? But yeah, have a good one, Dungeon Minister. Enjoy your leftover turkey sandwiches and all the good things that go with that. No turkey in the James household this year. Chicken, because that's what they sell. That's what they give you at the medieval times. They give you chicken. So when you go to medieval times, you get chicken. And I will say it was worth it. I mean, definitely it was worth it for me because I didn't pay. My sister-in-law took us as kind of a, thing. So, super awesome. And Bear has a Nintendo he can play. Nice. Yeah, every now and then to this day, I will pop in the well, you can't pop in because there's no cartridges, but I'll turn on my NES and play some of the games, like Mario and Zelda, Excite Bike. That's a favorite for me. I always loved Excite Bike. And then Metroid is on there, so and everybody like being all like, men don't like strong female characters. Is like, no one gave a shit about Samus. Like if you actually look at you with your fur hat on and shit.
What's happening, man?
How you doing? It must be cold there.
It's a little chilly. It's like 40. I know that ain't much for some people, but when you're used to 110, it's cold.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's cold is cold. Right now it is, let me see the Weather Channel. See what we got going on here. Usually it just says, okay, there we go. Right now we got 65.
Oh, that sounds glorious. I've got my thermostat inside at 68. And when I go inside, it's like, oh, nice.
See, I guess we've been down here too long. My wife sets the thermostat at like 73.
Yeah.
So
I would prefer it a little warmer, but gas out here is incredibly expensive. Jose, Medieval Times it's a restaurant, it's a bar, a restaurant with a giant arena where they reenact medieval jousting events and things like that while you're eating chicken or pheasant or whatever it is they serve. I haven't been there in decades, but
rotisserie chicken.
a funny thing, the last time I was there, one of the knights, was standing really close to us, and he took off his helmet and he threw it on the ground, right, and it laid flat like a beanie. You know what I mean? It was like a rubber mask. It wasn't a real helmet. It's just like bloop. I'm like, yeah, you wouldn't get me doing that without a real helmet. I've seen too many splinters. Uh,
Well, the thing is, because I worked at medieval times when I was like 16.
oh, really?
The helmets used to be made out of leather. It was a thick leather, and then they would be painted metallic. But last night, those were still helmets those dudes were wearing. Not only were they still helmets, but I think that on the inside they had like clear glass, like plastic,
That's
maybe.
cool. That's cool. The one I saw, it didn't look like that at all, but that
Yeah,
was
yeah. In the old days, in the 80s, it was like,
yeah, it was in the 80s.
yeah. No, they've upped the safety game. I guess somebody
That's
must
cool.
have lost an eye or a finger or something. Because when those lances shatter, I mean, you see
Exactly.
shards of wood fly in every direction. Like, so it's like, okay, you got a choice here.
We had this place called like 1492 or something like that. It was a really small little place. I mean, you could, it was maybe 4 tables wide. You know, and they served authentic food and had a hey, what's up, off grid? A nice little floor show, and they'd involve the guests and stuff. And unfortunately, it only lasted a couple of years, but I had way more fun with that sort of experience. The food was better. It wasn't, just like aluminum foil wrapped, tossing them like baseballs to you, Cornish game hands, and uh, it was kind of disappointing, the food, but then again, uh, they had this procedure. They'd let you into the building and they would keep you in the bar for like 2 hours. And this was one of those periods where I didn't drink, which is a shame, because I probably would have enjoyed it more if I was hammered. Uh, so I
That
was kind
is
of
what medieval times did. They said the show started around 4. So we got there a little before 4 and found out that the actual show starts around 5.
yeah,
But take the next hour or so and wander around the gift place.
yeah.
It's like you know, okay, whatever. But my wife bought me a drinking horn in the Scandinavian fashion. So,
Nice.
yeah. So when I run the One Ring tomorrow night, I'll have my drinking horn on the table. Might be time to get in touch with some of my old SCA buddies and look into getting some mead,
So
which
how's
is
the One
very
Ring going?
expensive because honey is so
Mhm.
damn expensive.
Yeah, we get ours directly from Mexico every 6 months or so. And I just used some when I cooked my baby back ribs, which we'll be
Really?
having round two with the ribs tonight. Looking forward to that. Hold on a second.
Yeah, I hear it. Sounds like an ambulance.
We're only 2 blocks from the fire station, so we get, everything: ambulances, fire engines, police
Nice, man.
cars. It's makes us feel a little safe. And here comes another one. Jeez.
2 ambulances. That must be a pretty big, probably a car accident.
Yeah, we're on the one of the main roads, so everything goes by here.
Yeah,
Almost like
usually if
clockwork.
they send 2 out, it's because
Yeah,
car accident, some kind of multi-casualty instant, which, like I said, most of the time is a car accident.
yeah.
So I
So
am
how's your One Ring game going?
huh?
How's your One Ring game going?
It's going very well. They've journeyed to the Weather Hills and they are hiding in a old farmhouse they found that's been like half destroyed. because they have basically forced one of the NPCs to tell them that there are trolls in the rubble of the ruined tower across the way, waiting for nightfall to come and eat them. Because this
Good
dwarf and
times.
this human have been forced by the trolls to kind of lead travelers into this trap. And the players, pretty much intimidated them out and, made them tell the truth. So they know the trolls are there. So half of the group stealthed up to the tower. So the trolls hiding underneath their troll shawls, watching the adventurers go into the ruined farmhouse, only saw half of them go in. So the three trolls may have a surprise when they go over there to ambush the players who are waiting for them,
Nice.
waiting to whip some of that troll ass. But so pretty good. I mean, the players picked the rule system up really quick. It was like, okay, here's the rule system, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, a couple of them grumbled about how they weren't big fans of the die 12. And I'm like, nah, you need the die 12. And they're like, but it seems like, they were just arguing about. And I was like, no, you can't play this game without rolling the die 12. Because the die 12 is kind of like the fate die. And then the die 6s are your skill dice. And if you roll a 12 on the die 12, no matter what you roll on the skill dice, you succeed.
Okay.
But
So
if you roll
kind
an
of like
11 on the die 12,
it's kind of like a simplified percentile die with 11 and 12 being a bonus.
right.
I
Well,
like it. I like it.
the 11 means you completely fell or not completely fell. The 11 means that die counts as a 0. You can still succeed. It's just you got to rely 100% on your skill.
Okay.
Whereas, and anything else you roll on the die 12, you add to your skill dice to beat the target number. So, but I mean, it can really swing a game, because if you're fighting and you roll a 12, then not only is that an automatic success, but depending on the situation, you can choose to like do a piercing blow or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And if you choose to do a piercing blow, your opponent gets to roll their armor dice. And if they don't roll higher than the injury level of your weapon, you just kill them.
Wow, that's pretty lethal.
Unfortunately, it works the same way for players too.
Yeah,
So,
I said it sounds pretty lethal.
yeah, it can be. I mean, there's a little bit more to it. Like you can spend hope die to, add to things or re-roll things. Every character has a number of hope points that they can spend. And then depending on what you do, you can regain your hope. But players can take 2 lethal hits. The first one just grievously wounds them. And then the second one puts them on the ground. And if nobody runs up to heal them, then they die.
What's healing like?
Somebody
Binding
binds
wounds. Okay, so it's not like, cure light wounds, magical hand wavy shit.
The game is weird in that there's a lot of magic, but it's all items.
Oh. Okay.
So like magic is a thing. You can find an elven blade that gives you like some kind of huge bonus to killing goblins or whatever. But an actual spellcaster is not a thing that you're ever going to see.
Right. Even Gandalf rarely used any real magic in the books,
Right. So that's kind of the big thing. You keep track of who has which magic item, and also depending on what monsters players fight, they have to make checks to see if they suffer from the shadow. And
Bringing me into the game, like it.
so it's like your character can get depressed, and if you suffers too much shadow, then you get penalties to do pretty much everything. And if an elf ever has the max amount of shadow, more shadow than hope, they can die because they just give in to world weariness and, you know,
Curl up and die.
and die because they're elves and that's the way elves are. Do you think about MechWarrior Destiny having success failure instead of shadows of gray? I like the MechWarrior Destiny way of just having a target number and rolling 2 dice 6. I'm a fan of that, which is also why I'm a fan of Traveler and stuff like that. You know what
Traveler's
the
still
target
one of the
number is, which
best.
is basically an 8. In Traveler anyway, it's an 8 basically, and you roll your die, and if you get the 8 with modifiers, then I mean,
You're good to
all
go.
good in the hood. You know.
Traveler today still is one of the best game engines I've ever come across.
Yeah,
After 40 plus years of playing it and running it, and just seeing how intuitive it was and simple, it's such an easy mechanic. With Mongoose adding stat bonuses for really high stats, plus your skill level, it just boom, 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 simple math, and
quick to play. Quick to play. I mean, in Traveler, let's say you have a character who was in the army for like 4 terms, and somehow your gun combat rifle is 3, and you're shooting at somebody, and say you got a scope. So you take a round to aim and then you fire at them. You get like +4 to the 2 dice 6. And the target number, unless the opponent's hiding behind a rock or something, is basically 8. So as long as you roll 4 or higher, you shoot the guy.
yeah,
And
and that's not
Traveler
including
has a
your
pretty
well,
lethal combat system.
well, if you in the instance you just mentioned, 4 for the scope, 3 for the skill, maybe even rare chance +1 for a high
Yeah,
dex.
you might have a 10 dex giving you
Then
that
you're you're
+1.
you're you're golden. Uh, which I wanted to mention. Since we're both gun guys, I am so disappointed in all the games that I see where a scope gives you like +1. Regardless of the math involved, the scope only giving you a +1. If you're using a scope in the real world, and the target isn't, janking and weaving and having that kind of thing going on, your chance of hitting is so high. That's why we use scopes. They're even a +2 on a D20 is only a +10% to hit with a scope. If that was the case, we wouldn't use scopes. You're talking a minimal advantage by using a scope when we all know better. A scope makes a world of difference when shooting.
Well, yes, you're 100% correct because I don't know if you knew this, but during the Battle of Fallujah, the Marines that fought in that battle, there was an investigation to see if they were just executing prisoners because they were achieving so many headshots. And people were like, WTF? Are these guys just every time they capture some of the enemy just shooting them, right? And the reality, it turned out, was these Marines had recently all been issued ACOGs, and they were just shooting people in the freaking head in the middle of battle. I mean, there was no executions.
Yeah,
They were just
and that's just the
tapping people right
cold
in
hard
the
facts
forehead.
and reality of having good optics.
Right. It changed everything to the point that, yeah, they got investigated to see if they were actually committing war crimes. It turned out no, they're just really good marksmen and they got a really good scope.
Mhm.
Uh,
And dumbasses weren't, taking proper cover and keeping their helmets on and keep moving. If you're a moving target, that's
well,
that's
the
where the
enemy they were fighting, for the most part, never wore helmets.
Mhm.
So if they were hiding behind, say, a cinder block wall and they popped their head up to take a shot, some Marine would just be like, blink, and that'd be the end of that shit. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So, yeah, I like Dice 6 systems, though, Jose. And also, I think I told you I picked up an AR with 2 uppers.
Nice, nice.
I got a 5.56 upper and a 300 blackout upper.
Exactly, Jose. They and you can't blame them because most gamers and game designers aren't ex-military or ex other things like myself that have some experience with these things. A lot of them, uh, you know, literally have never held a gun and they want to write the system. Well, maybe get a technical advisor in on the the process to get a better idea of what the odds are. Now I understand that you're rolling a die to generate a random number as part of the equation, but when you have all the right equipment and the right procedure to take a shot, you're eliminating a lot of the randomness in it. It's um, it, like the example James just mentioned. They took the randomness out of that. It's like if we see it, we hit it. It's sometimes it's that brutal.
Yeah, if you pop your head up to have a look, one of these Marines is going to put a round right in your
Hey, what's up,
forehead.
Dean? Yeah, that's why we
What's up, Dean? How you doing, man?
we have things like periscopes, battlefield periscopes, or a good old fashioned just a mirror. Simple things like that, so you don't have to, put your most important thinking meat, directly in the line of fire. I
See,
mean, they
now
were
one
using
thing
they
I
were
will
using
say,
they were
because I want
using
everyone to remember this, so I'm going to say it, is that +1 in Traveler is not the same thing as +1 in a
a
Dice
D2.
20 system.
Yeah,
Because in one,
it's
you're talking
double.
about 5% bonus, and in the other one, you're talking about a 10% bonus.
Mhm.
Pretty much. You're almost doubling
Right.
the
If not,
bonus.
yeah.
And the +1, I think, in Traveler is for like basic optics. If you get some high tech shit, and plus, if you spend around aiming, you get like even more bonuses. And then
That's why I was
that
amazed at the
doubles.
+4 because that's like huge in a 2D6 system. Whereas then you look at every D20 game, it's +1, maybe +2 for aiming or scope or things like that. Um, take care, Off Grid. I will see you Sunday. Um, can't wait to play tomorrow. I've been
Take
so
care of
looking
my
forward to it.
Canadian bro.
Yeah, he's a great guy to game with. Solid dude.
Solid
And,
guy.
and Cal was here. He's going to be in my game tomorrow. I've got Armstrong from Mad Eye Miniatures, Justin, Omen Owl. I've got a game group now on Sunday that's I think like 8 people plus me sometimes, or 8 people including me.
What are you running?
AD&D.
Well, obviously, I shouldn't have even asked.
I've
I
been
should
running.
have known, to be
Yeah,
honest.
I've been running it for a year come New Year's, which blows my mind. Uh, because for a while I had Brian from Weird World War II and Mac Thompson in my game, and they both like had to leave because of real world stuff. Like at the same time, so I was down to like 4 players, and I'm like, oh man, getting that anxiety that the game's gonna fall apart, and then boom, it just like took off and going really good. Of course, Justin's not a big long campaign guy, so this is probably the longest game he's ever been in, and he's still you know doing well. All things considered, he's a Morkborg player for the most
Yeah.
part. But got Raven in there every once in a while when she can make it. Got Grim to See. We've got Omen.
Nice, man. It sounds like you've got a great group of people.
You know what, Jose? I'm actually getting ready to do a series on AD&D because I did one a while back. Why I play AD&D after all these years, and I've had a lot more time to think about it, and it really didn't have a lot to do with what Elon said because I don't really put too much stock in that he played a crap ton of first edition AD&D. You want to say hi? Come on, get in here. Say hi to the old guy.
Hey, you need to get closer because I can't see but your arm, homie.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Looking good. Looking good. Having fun?
Yeah. Vacation's almost over, but there'll be another
Yeah,
one.
your dad posted that picture of you and your buddy out there raking up the leaves or whatever you was doing, yard work.
Oh, yeah.
that was a while ago.
Yeah, that was a while ago, but I mean, I was like, damn, okay.
And that wasn't even my idea. That was the other boy Alex's idea. He was looking for that kind of music while I was putting him to work, and I'm like, "Hey, you ever heard this song?" And they're like, "Okay." And then they learned it, and I think was it you or he was actually singing it in Spanish.
I don't think any of us sang it in Spanish.
I thought one of the verses you did in Spanish, but yeah, that was freaking hysterical. I wish I
Were
could.
they listening to some ranchero?
Yeah, well, it's actually the song Cartman sings in South Park in one episode
Oh,
when
I'm sailing away.
not that one, but yeah,
Not that one, because
no.
yeah, he sings that one a lot.
Yeah.
And I think that's like ELO or something. I don't know.
It sticks. It sticks.
Sticks, yeah. Good to see you, Jackie. Don't see you too much lately.
He was on the show with us and Connell. Was it Wednesday night? Thursday night.
I don't
It
remember.
was Thursday night. And we're doing another show tonight because it's the end of the month, and we're just going to have a free for all. No, it was Thursday night. It was
That's what you said.
yeah, it was our Thanksgiving, goof off.
Yeah, you were talking sci-fi stuff, and I was watching your show last week, and I was like gritting my teeth because I was like, no, it would never be like that. Because you know how I am about it. It's like me and my wife were talking about, and she's like, what if I had the ability to teleport from one place to another place? I said, the problem is you would have to go through a third place. And everyone assumes there's nothing in the third place.
Mm-hmm.
But what if there is?
That's why I kept mentioning what's that movie? Oh, geez, it's just skipping my.
Event Horizon.
Thank you. Not only that, but Third Space from Babylon 5. Because the way they showed it, it was creepy. Oh, I love that. I just absolutely
It's
love
like,
that. I don't want to be here very long.
Right.
And the warp in 40K is even worse, which I think is what Event
Nether in Minecraft.
in the Nether in Minecraft. There you go.
Nether in
Nice,
Minecraft,
nice.
yeah.
Where you just
Which
you don't want to
can
be there.
use for the fast travel because the distances in the Nether are multiplied in the real world.
Mhm.
So if you build a gate to the Nether and then build a gate in the Nether, you'll pop out. God only knows.
Yeah.
How long has it been since we played Minecraft? Years, huh?
Since you've played, it's been years.
Yeah.
I'm that guy, Jackie. I started playing Minecraft in beta when it was free. You could just download it, and the only monsters were creepers, zombies, and skeletons. And like I won't play for 6 months, and I'll play hardcore for a month, and I won't play for 6, and then I'll go back. It's like I can never quit.
I literally haven't played a video game in probably a year or more.
That's because you kept falling asleep in the middle of the game and then dying.
Yeah, last game I played was I replayed Knights of the Old Republic 1 and 2. Still my favorite game of all time. Love those games.
Amazing games.
There's literally when
when
it
you
comes to.
finally find out you are Revan,
I know. Oh, I
that's
can't.
just
I'm
like,
trying to get him to play it. He would absolutely love it. He's a big fan of
oh, I know
8-bit
he would.
games, and
I'm not a big fan of 8-bit games necessarily. I mean, I'm not a fan. I just like the style.
right, but it's not an 8-bit game, so it's like it's got you can meet halfway there. Hey, Dean Paul's in the green room.
Okay, thank you,
You want to
because
join?
No, I'm gonna go.
Dean Powell,
You
I
have this?
am horrible at,
Should it be
like,
Reaper?
I think Doc might be away because he
Yeah,
was
but
in the
the
green
hamburgers
room
go
and I
bad with a
didn't
bunch of more
see.
stuff.
Okay.
I'm terrible at that.
Adios.
Adios, amigos. Falcon Dios.
Hey, Dean, good seeing you again, man.
You
That
too.
was actually a lot of fun having you on the show Thursday.
Yeah,
You've
what
always
surprised
got
me,
carte blanche with my show, so you want to pop in if there's room,
yeah,
get in there, man.
yeah, it was surprisingly what do you call it, awake with someone who couldn't sleep. But yeah,
What I want to know is, are you feeling okay, bro?
I am right now. The issue was basically I took too much insulin earlier today,
Oh,
Not good.
and then I took a nap, and I thought I had eaten enough and stuff. I hadn't. So the good news is my insulin sensitivity had gotten better. The bad news is now I had to use smaller doses and remember to use smaller doses.
Right.
yeah.
Because the last thing anybody wants you to do is go into a freaking diabetic coma.
Yeah.
Any kind of coma, honestly. This last year was kind of, it was a great year, but I lost three good friends or three friends. We lost Shauner, we lost Elle, and a personal friend of mine this last year. No more dying this year. Just that's the rule.
We
You
need to
ain't allowed to die
at
this year.
least make it through the next 2 months.
Yeah,
What
yeah,
How
happened
you
to
doing,
Al?
Satya?
Pardon?
What
Yeah.
happened to Al?
I was literally the last guy he talked to. I tried like hell to get him to come on the show just one time, so we could hear him, because I knew he wasn't going to use a camera, but he'd been in hospice care pretty
Ah,
much the entire time we all knew him, and
Yeah, he'd been sick a long time.
and
that
uh,
makes sense then. It is
and it
just the
was
last thing I remember about L is that everyone banned him from their chat.
I
except
never
me.
did.
Yep,
Oh, I
same
know
here.
you didn't, but
I've literally never banned anyone, not even the Trash Panda, but he doesn't,
By Trash Panda, do you mean Condor DM?
yes, I do. I do.
Yeah, I guess he talked a bunch of shit about everybody again.
Well, he left me out of it because, he did the one thing that got Shauner all mad at me, and that was it. And I know what he's all about. He wants the hate clicks. He wants the interactions, and I refuse to feed that Trash Panda any sort of attention whatsoever. And um, that's the worst thing I can do to him. Everybody knows what he is and who he is and what he's all about. So I just I don't even want to talk about him anymore. As a matter of fact, Jose, Twilight Imperium, I have never played it, but there's a new game that I'm dying to check out from Archon Studio. Of course, I'm going to show those guys because they make great stuff. It's called Master of Orion, and it looks very similar. Where you put down the hexes for space as you explore, and it's a 6-faction game instead of what is that, like 47 different factions or something. You need like 18 people to play it. But it looks pretty good. A lot of miniatures to go with it. Spaceships and stuff. Land Raider Crusader for gifts. So you've been assembling it. Oh man,
Yeah,
I
that is
miss.
a well-known Black Crusader thing because it's just got like shit tons of bolters all over it.
Yeah, I
You roll
lost.
like 20 dice to attack. It's
I lost 40 different tank models in Virginia to a garage fire, including the original, the very first Land Raider, the original Falcon and Tempest for the Eldar, crap ton of rhinos and chimeras and you name it. The only thing I didn't have was a Shadow Sword or a Bane Blade. One of these days, I'm gonna find a way to get one of those and just put it right here, just like, ba boom. You know,
I got Bane Blade up there.
The Shadow Sword, of course, my favorite. But what was the other one? That weird one with the rockets. Remember from Epic?
Yeah, that's the
The Storm.
Whirlwind.
Yeah, right.
Whirlwind.
No, not the Whirlwind. It was based on the Baneblade chassis, but it had different armament, including like a laser or pulse cannon and
Dude, I can't even think. There's like 12 variants of
because there's
Bane.
the Storm Hammer it's just got four of those
Yeah,
mini
you
guns.
got like the Storm Hammer, the Shadow Hammer, the freaking. I mean, because you got the
Blades.
one with just the gigantic freaking laser.
That's the
You've got
Shadow
one
Sword.
with a PPC. You've got like missile launchers, and I mean, yeah, that chassis, Masters of Orion, was a PC game back in the day, like a
That's
long.
It was
and
pretty
Archon
good.
Studio got the rights to do a board game. I'm like, if it's not too spendy, I'll look into it if I can make it happen. They've got some other games that look. They're doing
Well, the
World of
computer
Tanks.
game was really good. I'll tell you that.
Okay, that's
It
good
was
to
a
know.
really good computer game. You got to pick your race. I always pick human, and then you could build starships and build your colonies and
It's just
explore
that
around, and
it's that in board game form, and it looks good. They're also doing World of Tanks, but a miniature game. That sounds like it could be fun.
I have seen World of Tanks.
So, James, what is Broken Empire? So why don't you like the 10th edition of it?
What is what?
Broken Empire.
I don't know what Broken Empire is.
Okay. Maybe it was something else with 10th edition you didn't like.
He says
Oh no, 10E. Sacha's talking about Warhammer.
okay.
Oh, yeah.
I do not like 10th edition Warhammer because the same reason I didn't like 9th edition Warhammer, because I hate the command point system.
Yeah, I
It
haven't
didn't need
really.
to be there. It's stupid. It allowed certain armies to just be like real pains directly in your anus. And of course, I do own
Nobody wants that.
those armies. Like I have 2 Castilian knights and a bunch of NPCs that do nothing but generate command points. And every turn, I'm going to use my command points to make my Castilian knights be able to do crazy ass shit and wipe your whole army out. And I have that army. I mean, I literally dropped him, so he's broke. Here is one of my Castilians. This is like the most powerful kind. Well, not the most of all the plastic kit knights. This is the one you really don't want to see across the table. I mean, with the plasma thing and the big gun and all the melta guns, and then on the shoulders up top, which you can see I've magnetized, you
Yeah.
can mount like twin autocannons or missile launchers. I mean, yeah,
That's what I did with my Legion Imperialis Titans. Not only did I do the magnetized weapons, but I magnetized the hips.
nice.
That's pretty neat.
Yeah,
Just, you know,
just the fact that you could do that turned me off of the game, because I was like, I remember this is back when I was still 9th edition, I believe, and I was still, a tournament player. And I
Yeah.
showed up at our local Cosima Comics, and there were like 50 people there for the tourney. And there was like 2 lists. It was like every table was either Castilians with the piece, the characters that generate points, or there was like some weird chaos thing where you sacrificed all your chaos wizards to turn like a bunch of your characters into like demons of corn or some shit.
I mean, that at least makes sense as opposed to command points, but yeah.
Well, they ended up getting rid of that army too, because it turned out it was like way too cheap.
Mm.
Yeah, I stopped playing 40K in 2nd edition. I was more of an Epic player, and when they went to Epic Armageddon, where every army had the same pieces, numerically they look different, but everybody's assault troopers were the same. Everybody's rhino or transports were the same. It was just chess with dice. You know what I mean? but I gave Epic, the new Epic recently a chance. I haven't got to play it though, but I have been working on painting the pieces up and whatever. But I didn't get the new Epic. I just got Aeronauticus Imperialis, which is a great freaking game. I can't believe I'm saying this, but that game is solid. It's super fast to learn, super fun to play, and you can play a really good game in like an hour, and feel like you had to really maneuver your planes to not get slaughtered. It just the only thing I don't like about it is the price, $50 for two planes. I think that's two or three planes that are 40-part models for a model that's going to end up being like 2 inches long. Just all these tiny fiddly little bits that
Hey,
you need
this
a
is
microscope to
Games Workshop. You're lucky they're not $2,000.
right. But it's a fun game. I picked up it and the Titan game from Rob Oren over Rob's Tabletop World in one of his auctions. Got just a crap ton of stuff from him, and I'm still
I
not done
on
putting it all together.
on a whim, I bought like a company of what's the name of the tank? Starts with an M. He was the Emperor's best friend, Malkador.
Mhm.
On a whim, I just bought like 9 Malkadors
As you
because
do.
they were super cheap on eBay. But now that's all I have is 9 Malkador battle tanks, So it's like, so I'm not really playing Epic, but I do have a company of Malkador tanks,
The,
It's
the
like
new ones that just came out,
the brand new ones, yeah.
nice, nice. Yeah,
They were crazy too because they're like they're not 6 mil. They got to be closer to 12,
yeah. I
but
think
they
they're,
were
I think
still
they're,
like a
I
bunch
think
of
they're
parts.
between 8 and 10. I hope they're 10 because that way all my 10 mil stuff will be compatible. But the fact that they, within what was it like 3 to 6 months after they released the game, they said they're done, no more support for it. I'm like, well, glad I didn't get it.
Yeah.
It was literally sold out the day I went to my Games Workshop. The day it came out, it's already sold out. I'm like, okay, well,
Well,
saving
that makes
200.
sense though. That's Games Workshop. They'll put a game out and it'll be an amazing game that everyone loves. And then they just will, for some reason, be like, yeah, we're never making this again.
Like Man
Man
of
of
War.
War. Yeah, Man of War, one of the most beloved Games Workshop games ever made. And they haven't put that shit out. They put it out for a little while. And then, War Master. If you want to play War Master, a lot of people you can go online and get 3D printed 10 millimeter Warhammer.
I've got probably about 40 War Master blister packs that I'm getting ready to sell because I'm never going to play the game. I hate it. Everything's based on morale as opposed to combat.
Right.
And I'm like, okay, so basically you're just trying not to run away in fear, and you've got these armies of undead or dwarves or things that never gonna
But
be
the
scared.
dwarves never run, and the undead cause you to be fearful. So it's like,
It was just dumb, other than that, it could have been a solid 10 mil game of mass combat, catapults and ballista and beasts of war and cavalry and everything you hope for, in what could be like an epic Space Marine style game, and they went some completely wacko jacko direction. I'll look into that, Jose. What was it? Fragile Alliance? Yeah. I'm not a big computer guy when it comes to games and video games or anything like that anymore. I'm too busy writing or you know doing stuff like this, chores and stuff.
so in other news, Jenny D has decided to read the Dungeon Master's Guide First Edition.
Everybody should, even if you don't play D&D, even if you don't play role playing games, even if
And a
you
lot of
don't like
people were
gaming at all. You
giving her grief about it. And Crafty Matt was white knighting about it pretty bad. I called him out on it because he was like, I can't believe these gross nerds are making fun. I was like, dude, you are one of those gross nerds. But anyway,
I actually have an opinion as a young guy about the about the Advanced Dungeons and Dragons.
Let's hear it.
Basically, I find that one great. If you look aside that, like, I know you say it's intuitive to read. What do you call a shadow? But I do feel it needs a little more editing. But that's probably because I'm used to, what do you call it, people who had learned from the mistakes of the past.
Right,
But
right. I mean, it's a
but
40-plus-year-old,
yeah,
book that had nothing. It was the first of its kind. It had nothing to no giants to stand upon
yeah,
to inspire or influence or even help him out along the way. He had to come up with it all from scratch.
yeah. So
Hey,
I think
squirrel.
it's great despite that, like really, really
Hey,
great.
Squirrel Hermit.
And my opinion about when I not read through and played a little bit of the different edition of, like, before your second edition, I think Dungeons and Dragons would have been perfect if it was if we took basic expert and so forth as the player side, and then the Advanced Dungeons and Dragons manual as the the GMG.
Do you know what I think?
Okay, I'm gonna
Because
write
I
those
didn't
down,
really like the
Jose.
player's manual for Advanced Dungeons and
I
Dragons.
think it's awesome that Jenny D is reading the first edition Dungeon Masters thing. I used to have many, many, many videos extolling every role player to read that freaking book. And who knows? Who knows? She might read that book, and the next thing you know, she might be all like, "Well, I think I'm going to play OSA or OSE or freaking first edition." I mean, that could be the book that drags her away from all the Wizards of the Coast nonsense.
I've only got 3 copies of the DMG. I better go out and get a couple more before they go up in price. Just saying.
Yeah, before all the people run out and buy them.
Because that's going to happen on eBay. That you will be able to see the shift. Hopefully, it won't be too soon, but it's a shame that Drive Through stopped doing print on demand of most of those books because the Unearthed Arcana I got, the reprint, solid as hell.
Wait, they stopped doing print on demand?
Yeah, they did print on demand. I have the print on demand versus the actual original books. And basically, the original books have gold foil art, and the edge of all the pages are gold.
Wait. Hey, Bear, what's happening? What do you mean? Those were the original.
No, I'm talking about the original collectors, which is what you just showed. You showed a reprint of one of the collectors' books.
Okay. Sorry, because this ain't original. This is reprint city. And how's it going, Bear? Long time no see. Jackie was just
Black Hat Claws in the house. What's up, Black Hat?
It's white, dude. It's white.
Man, it was cool. You and I were the 2 biggest guys, James, and they were all the little guys. Why'd you change it, man? Jeez. Oh well, I'll live with being normal sized.
How you doing, Bear?
I'm alive.
Yeah, well, I can kind of see that, or Nerds has made an AI simulation of you.
Satya, I have not finished painting my pirates. I am currently working on a sloop. Let's see now. Is this an original or a reprint? Nope, that's a reprint. This is an original, though. I can tell because there's a ribbon. The original collector's edition of AD&D, if you look at the art, you can see that it's metallic.
Yeah, the gold foil. Yeah.
And then it has gold.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice.
And it
those are those special editions they did.
Gotcha.
Yeah, those were nice. Those were really nice.
Anytime a book's got a built-in bookmark, kudos, because I'm tired of using tissues and toilet paper and shit like that. Just because I like using those things because they're really, really thin and they won't damage the book if I leave it like that for like a year.
While I am a huge fan of that when I run AD&D, I usually keep a copy of Osric, the second printing at the table too. And anytime there's a rule that we're like, I lean towards the Osric rule because as much as I love AD&D, there's a couple of rules in AD&D that are unplayable. One of them is unarmed combat. It's like, what in the actual F was Gygax thinking about? And
Yeah.
the other one is initiative. Again, I love you, Gary, but what's with all this segment bullshit?
Yeah, don't
You
say
know,
anything bad
I
about
just want
Gary
to
or
roll dice
Elon's
six
going
and
to
see
threaten
who
you.
goes first, right? Because I started playing with Moldvay Cook before I kind of graduated up to AD&D.
Yeah, that's also why I think it's better like a BX and the other good as players material, and then have the Advanced Dungeons and Dragons as the GMG.
Yeah, my biggest problem I would have to say is the reduction in die values. Like fighters got what, a D8 instead of a D10. Things like that. It makes everything actually more difficult.
Yeah.
More deadly, more lethal, and less heroic. I've got Omen in my game who's a big BX player, and he never wants to do any combat whatsoever. Mind you, he is playing a wizard and an illusionist thief, so that's kind of par for the course no matter what game you're playing. But he's constantly trying to get the players to just like shy away from every single instance of combat, and the party is like 90% fighters, so that's not going to work out the way he thinks. They see a monster, they just charge. And in AD&D you could be a little bit more goofy and heroic and stupid.
I mean, that makes sense, but that's just a question about adjusting numbers. I just think like on the player side, those are better written. I know they also came a little later, like a year or 2 or 3. Don't remember precisely, but
Well, how I handled that, because I am
Well played, Squirrel.
the most benevolent of DMs, is I always let everybody start with max hit points at first level.
Sure.
Because I mean,
That's clown shoes, sir.
because
They're
yeah,
gonna die
I'm sure right
anyways.
now there's probably some grognards out there somewhere losing their mind. They're like, wait,
In the words of Andre the Giant, I don't want them to die embarrassed.
right. So
speaking of dying embarrassingly, if you guys had to
gotcha,
pick
this
a
is what I got.
So if you guys had to pick a, what do you call it, a rule book to beat someone to death with, and yes, the book will be destroyed in the process, which one would you pick?
Champions Blue Book. That thing's huge.
Yeah, the blue one and the green one were both the size of like freaking phone books.
Yeah.
Arduin, Legendary
Nah,
Land.
it's not hardcover, dude. It's too floppy. Trust me. As someone said,
It's 900
I mean,
freaking
as someone who's
pages.
heard about beating people with objects, floppy items are not the ones you want.
Yeah, but it's the biggest one I got.
That's what she said.
It's not. It's damn near 900 pages.
Dean Pal, I think I've asked you this before. Where are you from?
Yeah,
man?
it would
Denmark.
a couple
Denmark.
of swings
That's it.
and it's.
I was trying to figure out what part of my ancestry your accent was in Danish.
I mean, also one issue with my accent is I have bad hearing, so
No, nothing wrong with that. That don't mean shit.
Oh,
I know what you're saying, but doesn't mean
3.
shit.
If I use Chalt 3, though, I'm pretty sure I would end up summoning something with tentacles if I use that to beat someone to death.
yeah. The book I would use. What was that guy? What do you call it? Who was part of designing third edition Dungeons and Dragons and made Wizards?
Monty Cook,
Yeah, Monty Cook. I would use his campaign setting.
Tollus.
Yeah, Solus to beat people to death with.
Yeah, the city beneath the tower.
Yeah,
And you'd have to yell at them while you're doing it. The P is silent. The P is silent as you're hitting them with the book.
I've actually got a.
Yeah. What do you call it? And a collector's thing, but it would probably kill them.
I've got an Arduin beta test book signed by Monty Cook.
Monty Cook used to be, not that far ago in the distant past, a pretty stand-up guy.
Yeah, it's weird what's happened to people, in the last 10, 20 years.
10 years. The last 10 years.
You think so?
2014 is the turning point.
Okay.
2014 is when everybody started getting really fucking political all of a sudden. It was
Yeah.
really weird.
Yeah.
Like one of the guys I love to bring up, Chris Pramus.
Never heard
He
of him.
wrote second edition Warhammer Fantasy Battles. He wrote the Dragon Age game. He wrote the Doctor Who game. Like he wrote
Green Ronin. So
Green Ronin.
Weird, I got half those games and I don't recognize the
They
name.
wrote. Well, he's the owner.
He's the owner of Green Ronin.
And then at some point, I'm on Twitter and I see this guy, and he is going off and acting like a maniac, and I'm just like,
No.
why are you acting like a maniac?
Well, I mean, look, he's the guy who insists we have to
Just
pronounce his
that,
company
okay.
name Green Ronin because that's how it's said. And it's like, well, okay, but will you be showing off your new products in Paris, or will you be going to Paris, you fucking sanctimonious cunt? Like, I hate people like that.
Yeah, see, I don't know what his problem is, but at some point
He's West Coast. That's his problem. He lives in
It sounds
Seattle.
like he goes to
Fuck
Target.
Bear. I have
Target.
missed that so much.
You've missed
Yeah,
what?
he's hanging out at the Target too much.
Just the way you could do that, man. Nice.
But yeah, as for Munchie Cook, I think
thank
it
you.
has to do with the. I don't know if he was dating her or it's just one of the people working for him. But that woman, he made some videos with, the one with like the heart. What do you call it?
Oh
necklace,
yeah,
that the Diversity and Dragons joked that it was her phylactery and she was slowly draining her soul.
I've got a theory that a lot of what we're seeing is caused by dudes thinking that it's going to get them laid.
Yeah.
Yeah, gee, that's funny that, eh?
yeah. That's like everything dudes do.
Um,
You try and explain that to anybody, by the way, and they'll fucking laugh in your face when you tell them all accomplishments of the human race have been done by men trying to get whatever it is they want to put their penis in. And then like people go like, well, Stalin wanted power. Power is attractive. It's just like you can just keep bringing it down to the penis and why men go to the moon. You know what I mean? Like, and it infuriates them.
so you guys are in agreement, is what I'm hearing. Okay.
Those people have been castrated. They also do it to compensate for the lack of reproductive power.
Oh yeah. They're all silly people.
See, the
That's why I
Romans
go to Camelot.
understood
It's a silly
this,
place.
and that is why they decorated their colosseums with giant penises.
Who?
The Romans.
Yeah, the Romans were terrified of penises, dude. The fucking Celts used to terrify them by running naked down hills with their blue-dyed wangs waggling in the wind, and the Romans would be like, "What the fuck?"
Well, I mean, that is terrifying, but they did
Think so, Squirrel?
they did decorate a lot of their colosseums and hippo whatever.
Oh yeah, no, they were obsessed with the. Okay, listen, the Romans are there's an excellent reason why the Vatican exists in Rome. Okay, because much like the Vatican, their worship of sex and their fear of sex was fucking profound and dichotomous for both of them. Right? Look at all that amazing fucking graffiti they found in Pompeii. It's so vulgar. It's so insanely vulgar. We played one session, but I had to drop out because I'm not playing. I'm not running or playing any games till January. So I insisted Cody keep going so nobody else.
Somebody rung the bell. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Well, you know what they say: when in Rome, do Romans.
Sorry, what?
Oh, when in Rome, do Romans.
Do Romans, yeah. When in Rome, do Romans. But don't do them the way Romans do, because that's just going to get you in jail. Oh, well, Vini Vidi Vici, eh? And there we are, talking about Rome. The fuck, guys, every day. That fucking meme was accurate. Every day. So what games you playing these days, Shadow?
I'm in a Castles and Crusade on Tuesday with Bloodworth. I'm in a GURPS game on Friday with Bo Paints Minis. I'm in. I'm not sure what the hell game I'm playing with OGGM, Cal Banoni, RPG Grandma, Mike and Jen from Married with Gaming, and I'm running my AD&D game still on Sundays with a lot of
Oh,
the usual.
you're butt pirates of gay water.
Yeah, I just waiting for that. Uh, it's going really good. Almost a full year of playing that,
The
and
gay sex at the high seas. What a great
yeah,
year of a campaign it's been.
there's literally been none of that. But
But it's early yet.
yeah, it's early.
It's all
Yeah,
dog
well,
I
whistle.
mean,
Come on.
weird. WW2 isn't in the game anymore, so the odds
yeah.
have
So
lowered.
the more overt sexual.
Oh well, yeah. I haven't seen him around. What's up with him? Is he vanished? What's going on?
He's still doing his thing. He's he's had to put in more hours at work to take care of life and
It's it's
uh,
hard when you work at the lube mines, and you got to get that lube out. And around the Christmas time, that's when people want the most lube. So you got to really work hard to get that lube mining going.
yeah. I've actually integrated a lot of Arduin into my AD&D game because uh, it
Because
was
you're
meant.
fucking chill for Arduin. Just admit it.
I was shilled for a lot of things. I already shilled for Archon Studios. If a product's good,
Hey
it's
James,
good.
should I be a dick to Shadow or should I let Shadow off on one? I'm not gonna tell you what it is, but you just have to decide right now, James. No, James. James is the moral.
I always choose
conversation.
kindness.
All right, cool. I say nothing.
Carthago delindo est. Yes, Carthage must.
Alia acta est. Cogito ergo sum.
Oh, does it? Kakito. I thought that said Chicago.
Chicago ergo sum. Chicago, therefore I am, I think is what that means, isn't it? I think therefore Chicago. Is that what that means?
I don't know. I
Go
wouldn't
ask
be paying
Obama
Chicago.
someday.
There's no amount of money you can pay me to go to Chicago.
Furthermore,
If you have money, Chicago is amazing.
Yeah.
If you're in South Chicago, then not.
listen,
so
if
much.
someone wanted to pay me enough money to actually have fun in Chicago, to go to Chicago, I'll go. Why not? I'm not going to go to Gary, Indiana. I'm not going to fucking go like the Cabrini Green or something. But I'll go to actual nice Chicago. Sure.
I just know I don't want to go to Miami.
Bienvenidos a Miami.
Or what's it called again? Oh yeah, Miami in Maine.
Maine.
Kind of boring.
What do you got against Maine?
No, sorry, it wasn't Maine. It was Ohio. Yeah, Miami, Ohio.
Miami, Ohio.
It's a video where what do you call it? Where someone he had asked his viewers book a trip for him because he want and then say, oh, they're sending me to Miami. But the problem is Miami, Ohio during the winter, and he was having the warm clothes on.
Oh man,
That's rough.
Shadow, where are my Wildstorm cards you promised me, man?
I haven't actually been to the post office
Yeah.
in months and months and months. I've got them. I've also got your couple of Dune starter decks.
Oh,
It's
nice.
all
Thank you.
yeah. It's all. I'm doing it all. One shot during the holidays. Get everything out. So
You've been keeping up with Heroic
for the most part, no.
and the Patreon.
Nope.
No.
I kind of want to.
I literally sent all you backers 2 months free access to the Patreon, and only 20 people took advantage of it out of 400.
Really, I also got a free sub to Yo Geeks, monthly thing, and I haven't had any time. This is the first time I've hung out with James in like a month. It's just been super busy writing on my own, and here's the thing: if I start looking at your superhero stuff, I'm going to be running a superhero game before I can freaking blink.
Well, here's the good news. There's 4 adventures. As of Christmas, there'll be 4 adventures up on the Patreon that you can use to run those games.
And I someone offered me a game last couple of nights ago. I'm like, well, I've got Wednesdays, and I'm like, I'm already in 4 to 5 games a week, and not getting to spend any time with the family. little guy especially.
Yeah,
And
but isn't the little guy at that age where he really just wants to see you at breakfast and say
yeah,
goodnight?
that's exactly it. That's it. That's all I see him. Although last week he did grace me with his presence so that we could watch Gravity Falls marathon, which I found incredibly enjoyable. I'm like, okay, now it's my turn. Let's watch some Heroes or Babylon 5 or some, one of the classics. He's like, no, I ain't got time. I'm like, you fucker.
Yeah,
Yeah,
welcome to
about
teenagers.
Gravity Falls, that red-headed girl was definitely someone's crush.
Yeah, is it wrong of me to be reminded of Nerd's Nerd every time I saw her? When I saw Wendy?
I've never seen When Gravity Falls, so I'm going to
Okay.
let that not be something I'm even going to remotely touch because Nerds Nerd could kill me.
I've never seen Nerd's Nerd.
Well, her avatar, and just some of the things about her. Mostly probably because I hadn't talked to her since the last Iceberg show, so I don't bump into some of you guys as often as I'd like. Just not
Whose
enough
fault is
out.
that, Shadow?
What?
Whose fault is that, Shadwo?
Probably my own because I'm just so damn busy.
There you go. There you go.
I'm
Aren't you
trying. I
retired?
mean, I'm here, man. I'm here.
Aren't you retired?
And I knew as soon as I turned on James' show, if I make even one comment, he's going to guilt me into coming in, hanging out with him, which I absolutely love. But I was in the kitchen, and Jackie's mom was listening to James. Hey, come on in. She's like, go, 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 go. I'm like,
Okay, hang on though. Let's
on it.
be fair. Let's be fair. That's not the brother that guilts you into doing stuff. James is the least guilt trippy of the two of them. James will just be like, "Oh, you want to show up? No, you don't. All right, fine, whatever. Haven't seen you in a while, but that's cool." Hungar will straight up start telling you don't care about him, you don't love him, you're a bad friend. Like some of the guilt trips he's put on me, like when he was doing his afternoon show, it's like, dude, I want to go take my nap. Okay, fine. I guess we're not friends anymore. It's like, Jesus.
So I have a question: is Hunter closer to a Jewish mom or an Asian mom then?
He was raised by a Jewish father
Ah,
That'll work.
Yeah.
and a hillbilly mom. So
Yeah, also the reason you can tell he wasn't
little
raised by a
column A, a
Jewish
little
mom
column B.
is because Dean Powell, that's not how Jewish moms play it. Come on, that's waspish. Jewish moms are like, you go do what you want, don't think about me. If I die, I die. That's okay.
Yeah,
As long as you're happy.
yeah.
That's how they do
That's how that shit rolls.
it. That's how that shit works.
Yep.
There's one of my favorite jokes ever. How many Jewish grandmothers does it take to change a light bulb? Don't worry about me. I'll sit in the dark. You go have fun with your friends. Do you need money? That's that's the way it works, and that's how it goes. Hardcore.
Don't worry about me. I'll just sit here and eat dry matzahs.
It's okay.
You go out to dinner with your friends.
Go date that shiksa,
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much dead on.
Dude, I never told you I was raised by Jews. When I moved to Montreal, I was
not.
15 and I was living with strangers. I was renting a room at someone's house. So I met first day of school. I meet this guy, Sam Kalman, Jewish kid, into heavy metal and D&D and stuff. He's one of the guys who got me into D. He was my first DM. And when his parents found out that I was a 15-year-old living in Montreal with strangers, well, that shit just wasn't happening. So I was getting invited over to dinner all the time. I was getting invited every high holiday, and they particularly just adopted me. So the joke we used to make was, I was raised by Jews, which is like being raised by wolves, except I have a much better sense of replay. And I thought that was a pretty fair assessment. And as a result, I have a deep, deep appreciation and love for the Jewish community because of the fact that when they didn't need to, as people, take care of me, make sure I was okay, make sure my life was straight and I wasn't getting in trouble, they did. And all my Jewish friends that I've had over the years have always been like that. Very compassionate, very caring, very loving. So when I see people talking shit, I want to slap them in their fucking faces because it's like, you know nothing. You're just rattling off bullshit talking points, and maybe you should go out and talk to some Jewish people and see how they are, as opposed to just making opinions about them based on idiots. Crazy idea.
That's why I always say, like, when you hear me say anything negative, I'm not talking about the average guy down the way that owns a deli.
Well, no, but your father was Jewish. You were Jewish. Like, weren't you even practicing?
I was practicing for 20 plus years.
Yeah.
I'm talking about,
the
Like
government, the
an
people at the top, right,
organization,
James?
you
Yeah,
know?
but none of this shit. Anyway, when you say that, when you say the government people at the top, it doesn't matter what religion they are at that point. It doesn't matter what race they're
Exactly.
at that point because
Exactly.
they're part of something much worse than those things. They're part
Right.
of the machine. And the
Exactly.
machine is the thing that's
The elite, the
Yeah.
deep state, whatever you want to call
the
it.
oligarchs, whatever you want to call it. They're
See, I
worse.
don't even worry about the government part of it. I just, and this is because of my pops, have a ingrained distrust of anyone that believes in the Talmud or the Kabbalah. Like, if you believe in that shit,
Kabbalah's weird.
I'm not down with it
Hollywood's really into Kabbalah.
because it's witchcraft. It's
Yeah,
straight up
pretty much.
witchcraft, according
Oh,
to
yeah.
the Old Testament.
Yeah.
And it comes from Babylon. It's not Hebrew. It's outsider. But anyway, I got some Latin for you.
What do you got?
Salvum te fac ab inferno.
Burn it all?
It's actually the quote from Event Horizon. Save yourself from hell.
Oh yeah. Liberate tutte me.
I got to get the boy to watch that movie real soon.
Yeah.
We were supposed to watch it on Connell's show for Halloween. That was my pick, and Connell's been again.
Who's gonna put a screen in front of like the TV so he doesn't throw holy water at the screen itself?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the guy mistranslated the Latin and thought it said "save us."
Liberate,
And then when you listen to it the second
liberate
time, you realize-
me. No. Liberate tutte me. It's like, oh shit. Whoops. Save yourselves.
Yeah. Whoops. Save yourself from hell.
So Jackie's a rebel, right? Shadow? Or sorry,
Mhm.
Shadow? Shadwow? I love how you mistype your name. Shadwow.
Yeah,
Shadwow.
that's left over from a previous show. Justin did that.
Anyway,
I think
Jackie's a rebel.
Hunger invented that.
And Jackie's a rebel because of one simple reason. In the modern age, to be a rebel, to be counterculture, you must be conservative, have family values, go to church, decry premarital sex, wear a shirt with a tie, you know what I mean? Not dye your hair weird colors. It's like, for Gen X, this is really confusing because all the stuff we did to rebel is now normal. It's like,
Right. It's
Yep.
like,
Yeah,
I've said it
he's
on more than one occasion. There was a time when if you met a chick with wild colored hair,
she's going to be an awesome, fun time
it
to hang
meant
out
that
with.
she was going to be awesome.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Back in the early 90s, if you were at
Early-
the yacht club, man.
mid '80s even. Hey, what's up, Cody?
Hey,
You know,
Cody, how
it's
you
funny
doing,
when you say that, Bear. Every parent, always curses us with having children just like us, or
Oh, my goodness.
or that's going to be our revenge. Their revenge on us is the children we have, and I'm like, that didn't work out anyway near the way my parents figured. If it wasn't for him, I'd literally be dead already.
Oh, it worked out for me. My youngest daughter, the one that sometimes drops into chat,
Yeah.
just like me, and it's the most frustrating thing ever.
Yeah,
Like
he's
every time I sit down and try to talk to her, I'm like, oh my God.
Look at it at the right side. At least you're not arguing with the mirror and the mirror is winning. You're just arguing with it.
Oh no, I love her to death, and I'm her favorite human being. And she's married and still says that.
That whole "you're going to have kids just like you" curse. I laughed at my mother one day and I said, well, I guess it's a good thing I didn't have kids then. Ha! Beat your curse, woman.
yeah, but no matter how you look at it, it is a blessing.
You know how when you leave home, your grandma says, "Don't be mean to the Jewish kids, or they'll put the Sheen curse on you."
I never heard that.
That was from Clerks too.
I had a lot of Jewish friends growing up. A couple of really nice Jewish girlfriends.
Oh, they're the best.
Well,
Japs.
yeah.
What's a Jap's favorite wine? I want to go to Miami.
Okay. Okay, if we're gonna go there.
Miami Beach is straight up just 80% Jewish.
The first Jewish girl that I dated, the first night I met the parents, he takes me aside and say, "Hey, you know how you sleep with a Jewish girl?" And I'm like, I'm like 14 at the time, and I'm like, no, sir, no idea whatsoever. He looks at me and goes, "You marry her." Like,
Oy vey.
okay. And
Man, I wish I'd known. Man, that's wise.
Mhm.
Any young men out there, remember that
Yeah.
when your daughter
and,
brings her first boyfriend home, tell them that. That's
Yep.
good.
and they were the coolest people. My friend Mark in middle school, to this day, the funniest guy I've ever met, except for James L, who no longer speaks to me because whatever. Um,
The
but
Australian guy?
yeah.
Yeah, I think I pissed him off because I was just roasting Australia one day.
I can't believe you guys thought he was funny. No offense, but like I remember Cody invited me onto a stream one time, and I showed up, and he was making a soap unicorn horn and acting weird. And I'm like, what the fuck did I get into?
I used to talk to him a lot on like Discord, one on one, or me and Jackie would call him like every week, and he was just funny as shit. But he had like Sean, he had some health things that started you know raising their rearing their ugly heads, and you know shit happens. But no hard feelings. I wish him the best of luck out there.
Sometimes I wonder if Lee on Twitter is him.
I don't know. I know he's changed his name a couple of times, and I was really hoping he was going to put out a miniature channel. He was talking about it for a while, but his health things probably getting in the way. But the Jewish kid that I grew up with, their family was the same. Like you guys were saying, um, invite me over to spend the night and take me out to dinner and hang out with their son, and just had some of the best times ever, in middle school, that is, which was a really rough time. I don't know about you guys, but going from, first through six to middle school, it was, almost high school. You had to, do the shower in the gym thing. That was just like weird as fuck. And, gym class and, getting in fights and just all kinds of, rougher situations than the way you're kind of coddled through K through six, and we uh, both not really into sports, more into cracking jokes and stuff, uh, and I miss that guy just about every day. They moved away right as high school started. Of course, they moved to New York, and there was no internet back then and things like that, so never heard from him again.
Yeah, I still have a lot of kind of sort of family in New York, but they pretty much disowned me and my dad. Plus, when my dad's mom and grandma died, it kind of just screwed everything up. I mean, it was like a lot of people, I guess, had a lot of bad opinions about things, but wouldn't say them as long as uh, the grandma and the great grandma were alive for fear of, I guess getting guilted or whatever. And when they ended up passing, all of a sudden, some crazy ass shit that no one should ever say started getting said.
Wow, Squirrel, that's fucked up and funny at the same time.
Jesus Christ. Looks like she brought us home a queer.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I've fortunately never had a story like this. My worst experience. Okay, I had two worst, but one is like there was a girl who only dated me because she thought her mother would hate me. Turned out her mother loved me.
Yep.
And then she broke up soon after.
Oh yeah. Oh no. If their mother loves you, you're fucked. You're out.
Yep.
Bye.
Yep.
If their dad loves you, you got a chance.
Mm-hmm.
A chance.
I mean,
Not a
the
good
dad
one, but a
also did.
chance. But if their dad hates you, oh, it's pussy down. Welcome to the. You're on the skin boat to Tuna Towns. Like, enjoy it. It's going to be a good time.
Yep.
That's so awful, but funny.
Because of the
It's so true.
rebellious
It's so
nature
true.
of women.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, I'm on the bus 1998, 1999 with a buddy of mine. And we're going somewhere, and there's this girl sitting there. And she's okay looking. She's a bit gothy, alt punk, whatever. And the guy beside her is like fucking safety pin piercings. Like, he's super punk, right? He's super fucking punk. And my buddy leans over to me and he goes, "What do you think she's mad at? Mom or dad?" And I glanced and I looked back and went, "Mom." He goes, "How can you tell?" I said, "Well, she fucked herself up and she doesn't look like a pretty doll. If it was dad, that guy wouldn't be white." Like, that's just how that works.
Oh.
You know?
Pretty much. That is pretty much a fact.
It's a sad state of things, but men are the gatekeepers of relationships and women are the gatekeepers of sex. Never forget that.
Yep.
And that's the power we have that we do not know how to use because we're stupid and we only talk to each other about this stuff. I highly advise every young man out there make himself an attractive, intelligent female best friend, so she can start telling the secrets behind the show. You know what I mean? Give him all the curtain. You know, like, here's what happens backstage. So he'll be a fucking killer.
You think some of those details change over generations, or at least
Fuck no.
Yeah,
Fuck no. I have 4 older sisters. Everything I learned growing up in the 70s and the 80s applies today. It's just it's just a matter of extreme.
Because I try to tell him some of these things, that I've learned because I know them to be true. Is fucked up.
I'm not going to listen to you.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm always right when it comes to this stuff.
Doesn't matter. You're his dad. He's not going to fucking listen to you.
Yeah.
He needs a good female friend who'll teach him all this shit and he'll believe. Look, you could literally say the exact same thing as a good female friend and he'll come back to you later and go, "You know what Sharice told me?" And he'll tell you exactly the same shit you told him a week ago.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to have the self-control to go, well, maybe Sharice is right, and walk away. Not go, "I fucking told you that, you little shit." Don't.
Yeah, that's going to be the hard part, isn't it? Because, I've had a lot of experiences over the years, and he's fucked. He's totally fucked.
No, he's not. That kid's got his head on straight, and he's going to go in the right direction.
Yeah,
that kid literally, no matter how much you like to oversell him because he's your son, so you act like he's the fucking Kwisatz Haderach, and that's fine. You're expected to. That kid has impressed me enough that when he gets a few more miles on those tires, he's, if there's more of him in that generation, we've got a future. Yep.
And believe it or not, I see more of that every day with the friends he has.
Doc Flamingo's in the. Oh no,
Did he come back?
No, he sent me a private message saying I'm there, referring to something else. Hang on,
because I don't see him there.
Post up the link again because I think it's scrolled by.
Okay, could be.
I don't know if it's your show, man. Do what the fuck you want.
I do.
Wear lederhosen and yodel in Spanish for all I give a fuck.
I've never even heard of any of that.
Sound.
I'm sorry, I have no idea. I'm assuming sexy. Because, let's be honest. Lederhosen and Spanish. Well,
what would happen if I clicked the link?
It would take you to the page and reload you in.
Okay. I was wondering if I could time travel or something.
Yeah, it's like the universe.
He's here. Let him in. He's here.
Get his ass in here.
The universe would implode.
Head out anyway.
It's like putting bacon on bacon.
Dean Powell's trying to say goodbye, you 2 old farts. Goodbye, Dean Powell.
I have like a 300 ping compared to the rest of you, so I'm like a second and a half behind. Anyway, you guys have a good one.
You
take care, Dean. Hope we see you again soon.
Vaya con Diablos. There, Doc. You feel better now?
No,
I'm sorry to hear that, Jose.
No, the reason I pulled it because I was sitting there waiting, but somebody came in and needed me to go do something, so I just made a snarky comment and left.
Good for you.
Yeah, good for you, bro.
How you doing, Doc?
Hang in there, hang him in there. Oh,
I am still not a master of Restream, so
well, you're old and technologically impaired.
yeah, I'm old. I'm technologically impaired.
And
I'm
they're
paying
wolf
attention to
chasing
this
you.
model kit I'm building.
You're old and
Ah, new
technologically
boat.
impaired. You don't like the look of those teenagers.
Yeah, it's I am building it as a Barbados sloop, even though it
Ah,
can be
nice.
built as a different kind of
Moving
sloop.
into the golden age,
Barbasian?
eh?
Barbasian?
It was just the one most commonly used by the British.
No, but I mean the
Oh,
term
the
for
form of
something
the
from
word.
Barbados is it Bayesian? No, Barbasian. I gotta look it up. Never mind. Sorry, gotta look it up.
I know it was a British colony.
Oh, James, that shield you were referring to before was an aspis.
Aspis, yes, yes. Yeah,
Bayesian.
it can be made into a uh, oh no, Bermuda sloop or a Balandra.
Well, I'm so glad I looked all that up. You ever see the flag of Barbados?
Uh-uh.
So it's it's the three color panels: blue with yellow in the middle, and a black broken off trident in the center.
Oh,
The
that's kind of
reason
cool.
it's a black broken off trident is because the governor, the British governor, used the trident as his symbol, the full trident. So they put a broken one on his flag as a constant fuck you to England. You got to love the people that go to that level on their flag. You know what I mean?
I think the flag of Madagascar, one of them has an AK-47 on it.
Yeah, it's one of the
Uh,
African countries. I can't
yeah,
remember which one.
Yeah. So that's
it's
pretty
Mozambique.
hardcore if you think
The
about it.
Mozambique that has the AK-47.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, it's like a
it's
flag with
setting
an
the tone
AK.
for you as soon as you arrive at the airport,
Damn.
letting you know what's going on.
Yeah,
Welcome to fuck around and find out the country.
yeah. Thank you, Jose. Yeah, these boats are they cost less than a Rhino, and they're way bigger. And apparently, you can play a whole game with just a couple of them. So there you go. And I've
That
got
sounds
my
like
English pirates set up and waiting to be, or
Rhino the tank, or have you been pricing rhinoceroses or rhinoceri?
no, a Rhino for Warhammer 40K.
Oh, Shadow, I'm not entering that thing because it turns out I wasn't qualified for it. I didn't realize it was supposed to be specifically for their system. I could have farted around with it, but I don't really have time because I'm doing so much. So I'm gonna, as soon
no
as I have
worries.
that done,
No worries.
I'm gonna
I've
send that
yet to
directly to
receive.
you.
I've yet to receive a single game to review for the game jam. So I mean, it could be falling apart just because lack of participants, or they're just waiting a little longer to get a couple more to
Yeah.
send to me to review.
Yeah,
Um,
it was unclear that it was specifically for their system. I didn't realize that at first.
My suggestion is
yeah,
Atlanta, and you can get every edition except for the 6th edition for free. Just type in the Atlanta whatever, and
Oh, yeah, make a note
everything
of
they
that
ever
actually.
did for the game is free and available in PDF form.
How do you spell that?
TALISLANTA.
One word?
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
I'm
yeah. I'm
looking
looking at
for
a.
PDFs.
I've got a copy of the first edition game book on eBay that I'm watching, but the holidays are right hit me square in the nuts, and I'm not buying myself anything until after the holidays. If it's still there, I'll grab it if I can.
I,
Um,
I had the first edition, but then when I thought I was going to play it a lot, I just bought the print on demand one from Drive Through. A Drive Through has like the first, the second, I think even the third edition for print on demand, and they're pretty cheap too. I mean, they're not like super expensive or anything.
Speaking of print
I'll
on
be right
demand,
back.
do you guys know? Can you do set up a print on demand book off a PDF?
Uh, Max Lau knows how to print things like that. I don't.
Yeah, because I'm looking to get a PDF print on demand version of this when it's done, and I really don't want to fuck around with learning any of these
The
formatting
only
softwares.
the only thing I've ever print on demand is the game I wrote, and I used Lulu.
And how'd you format that? Was that just right from Word?
It was well, I paid for the
Oh,
word.
you paid for somebody to update it?
Well, I paid for the actual pay, Microsoft 360 bullshit.
Oh, okay.
So I got like the really good Word program or whatever,
Yeah.
and I formatted it and everything myself. And
Word is a bitch to format because once you get over like 40 pages, it starts doing crazy shit, like changing
yeah,
alignments and stuff.
it's a challenge. It is definitely a challenge.
Yeah, I really should use another word processor, but I'm so used to Word and I have it set up exactly the way I like it. So it's kind of like I think I look at a new one every now and then. It's like, no, I don't have time to learn how to use this, or it doesn't have this. It doesn't have the alphabetic sorter. By the way, I need
Right.
that.
There's something I really like that just ain't there. But yeah, that's kind of what I did is I just went to Lulu and they printed it up. Depending on how you get it printed, it can be very cheap. Like I think one time I had to print up a lot of 10 of them and I did soft cover and it ended up being like $4 per book or something, $3 per book.
Oh, that's not horrendous.
Yeah, it was pretty cheap, and then I gave them all away to people.
Is it still available?
It's on Biggest Geek Emporium.
Oh, what's the name of it? I want to check this out.
It's called Not the Greatest Role Playing Game in the World. It's a tribute. You might be better off looking up for my name.
Under DM James?
Jimmy McKee.
McKee. 2 E's?
Yep.
Ah, I shall take a look for that. I'm on a big collection run of anything I can get for super cheap or free and RPGs on PDFs and stuff. So I'm getting quite the collection. At some point, I will print them.
Okay, it shows 5 people. Oh, Jose. Hello, Jose.
Hey, sir.
Hello.
Okay,
Hello.
I was like, I
How are
can't
you?
see who joined. But right now I am gluing together and they are a pain in the ass cannons.
Is it showing up?
Your blank screen. Your
Yeah,
black
your
screen.
black screen.
I need to change how do I change the camera?
In settings, there or down below.
Oh,
There
you
you
go.
are.
You're back.
Hello.
Hello,
How are
sir.
you?
I'll be right back. Gotta grab ice.
All right. Yep, just getting this thing together. Plotting to raid Port Royal. That's what we'll do in
That's me.
Jamaica. This ship, I've got a crew for it too, so I'll be. See, it's a sloop, a Bermuda sloop. So, and I have an English crew. So, mainly because when I played pirates, I always played the British. Sid Meier's Pirates, I always played the British. I mean, I tried the French, I tried the Dutch, but then I was like, nah, they suck. I tried the Spanish, but the problem is during the era that you're pirating, the Spanish are the ones that got all the gold. So if you become a Spanish pirate, it kind of sucks because the Dutch and the English don't have shit. So you're just kind of cruising around doing much of nothing, really.
This is nobody richer than yourself to rob.
Yeah, you're already like working for the richest empires, so it's like, why even bother? You know? But then if you play any power other than the Spanish, then you can raid Havana. You can raid all of the Spanish cities along the Caribbean. You can keep your ears open to hear rumors of the treasure fleet. And if you could capture one of the treasure galleons, I mean, that's like 100,000 gold doubloons or something, you know? You could basically just stop being a pirate at that point.
And
Yeah,
retire to Madagascar. Live like a king.
That was Sid Meier's pirates. We were always trying to get the Spanish, the gold fleet. You're always chasing that gold fleet, man.
Yep.
And boy, he was well protected, dude.
Oh, yeah. It would be galleons.
No.
60 guns to a side.
No.
Yeah.
Hola,
Man,
Jose,
now I
¿cómo
have to get
estás?
used to the chat going down instead of up, right? Doc, what is the name of your game?
That it had been called Ravens Gathered, but I have switched it to Age of Blood and Iron, and Ravens Gather is going to be the first campaign book.
Oh, nice.
Cool.
So I'm doing
Yeah,
like a twisted medieval Middle Ages history. I've changed a lot of stuff. Like I've had like Ireland's gone back pagan, Wales has left the Catholic Church and restarted the Celtic Church, and there's various nasty monsters about.
Nice.
I think I'm doing like 12th century, but I've like advanced it where like the Pendragon family survived and is still in power. Plate's been invented a bit early, but you can only get it in like Germany and Italy. It's kind of like a mishmash medieval greatest hits kind of thing.
Hey, like I said, the funny thing about plate mail armor, no matter where it comes from, all the pieces are named in French.
Which is funny because the French didn't actually make any. They all got theirs from Italy or fucking Germany.
I don't know, but like one of the most popular helmets in the late medieval period in Germany, in the German kingdoms, was the Salé.
That's my favorite of the medieval helmets.
And yet it's got a French name.
I think it's just because French was...
And you've got the Gorget.
Yeah.
And you've got the greaves and the
Cuirass.
braces and I mean, it's all French.
Yeah. Well, I think that's because France was the, so to put it.
France was the fucking America of the fucking Middle Ages.
It was the lingua franca, as they say.
Yeah, the lingua franca. You're right, as they say. Yeah, I like the Salé too, especially the Salé with the big gorget, so that you've got that thing around the neck that comes all the way up, and the Salé comes down, so there's like that slit.
Yeah, I like the two-piece down folding visor. That's
yeah.
And then there's the frog helmet, which I have no idea how you see out of it because the eye slit's literally like
the frog helmet. I think a lot of people don't even know if it were real or if it were a one-off that was used for tournaments, because you would be going on the list towards your opponent, and at the last minute you'd look up.
Yeah,
so that
I mean,
it's like winners happen.
It's like this big. The eye slit's like an inch or two from the top of it. So how could that possibly line up with your eyes unless you're dipping down specifically?
That's the whole thing. Is you're looking like
sense.
this, and then right before the hit, you look up.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's supposed to protect your eyes. That's the legend I heard.
That makes sense, actually, if it was just a jousting helmet.
Yeah, no one would wear that on the field. Hell, half of the time they didn't wear the armor that you see in museums. Most of that shit was never worn in a battle.
Yeah, it's usually decorative stuff.
Yeah, some king paid a shit ton of money to get
So what you guys are forgetting is that the frog helmet had to exist because of the size of the Gallic nose. So they had to have room for their schnoz inside those fucking helmets, those Gallic pricks. I mean, just look at Gerard Depardieu and think about you have to make a helmet for that fucker now.
Well, I know that the pig-faced Saleh existed, or pig-faced bassinet.
Yeah,
That
the beaked
exists.
helmets are cool too. I like the beaked helmets.
Yeah, it's kind of pointed, and then the whole front just comes out like a point.
Yeah. What is the Warhammer? Is
And
it
then
this
they
Type
drill
6?
holes in all of it so that you can get
Well,
air.
I'm a good Viking, so just give me a Spangen helmet and we'll be fine.
Yeah, Spangenhelm, very common design for 1,000 years.
With a nice cross guard over your nose. So
Oh,
that way
man,
when the inevitable blast to your face comes, you don't lose your face.
There, a man like you need the whole faceplate.
It's only
The
because I'm pretty.
goggles and
It's only because I'm pretty.
faceplate that looks like Odin.
And I get it, but it's only because I'm pretty, and I would be basically just feeding the morale of everybody on the battlefield with how handsome I am.
I'm kind of partial to my Greek helm upstairs.
Yeah, that's great. It's got a nice big thing on the top of it that's easy to target to knock you off your feet and drag your head down to the mud.
Yeah.
And then my footmen just run over and start stabbing you with their short spears until you're dead. So yeah, you wear that to the fight, sir.
Yeah. Well, I'll just regenerate and come back. Start a new family, that sort of thing.
It was just a different time period. Certain things worked during certain times.
Swords were about this long,
Yeah, they had little swords, and everybody fought in big masses of blocks
Spears.
of men with spears.
Stabby, that's what you did.
With a giant 3-foot across shield faced in bronze.
And a fucking rooster plume 3 stories high on your head. Like, what the fuck?
I love how the phalanx ruled the battlefield for 1,000 years until the Romans figured out if you weren't carrying all that crap, you could just walk around them and stab them in the back.
Yeah. But here's what's funny. After the fall of Rome, the phalanx came back.
Yeah.
Because the Tercio and the Swiss lands, whatever, they fought.
Landsknecht.
Yeah, Landsknecht. They fought in
That's
phalanx.
what I said, but I was muted.
Made a big comeback when gunpowder showed up again too. The pikemen.
Oh yeah, the shot,
Basically the
yeah,
same
the
system.
shot and pike era, the English Civil War, and all that.
That's something that's never covered in games. I've got all these stuff for it. The early gunpowder, late.
It actually is. I just don't know if the game that covers it is a game you would like.
Well,
And
Warhammer does it.
Lamentations of the Flame Princess.
Guys,
Yeah,
I picked up one. Check this out. I picked up one of these recently.
What is that, like an Indian punch dagger?
Yeah, it's a guitar.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, man.
You pull that shit out of the 7-Eleven, you get fucking service. That's what he's telling you, man.
Respect,
no one
dude.
fucks with you at the fucking Circle K when you've got one of those bad boys. Let me tell you.
You get to the front of the line and friendly service.
Your fucking pizza comes the next time in under 30 fucking minutes. I promise you that, my friend.
The grip and the hand protection, with these flanges out here. I'm telling you, this is a solid piece of hardware. Unfortunately, I can't find a matching one because ideally you have two, and you just get to go
like a guy
Wolverine
with
on their ass.
And a long sword would own your ass.
Probably, but it's just a lot of good memories. I had one of those once upon a time, and I lost it. Long story short, I had a car that got repossessed. Unfortunately, the trunk was full of because I just moved into this place, and it wasn't even my car; it was my girlfriend's car, and it was just chock full of blades and all kinds of cool shit. We hadn't unpacked, and we went to go see Blue Oyster Cult at a festival, thinking everything would be fine. Come back home, the car is gone. I'm like, oh shit, and I had.
What the best part about that story is There's no way in fuck you're going to go get that car from the impound just in case they open the trunk. You don't want to be anywhere near the cops at that minute of time. You're like, no, I'm good.
Well, it's nothing illegal per se, but it was just swords and axes and just all kinds of cool
Human
shit.
skulls and Coptic jars with organs in them.
I was
Yeah,
thinking
we
about
get it.
decking out my trunk one day, just and tried to get pulled over, just like all kinds of shit that would nothing illegal, but like big roll of Visqueen, bunch of cable ties, fish bat,
Duct tape,
tags.
duct tape,
I had a
chain.
fish bat when I worked at the 24-hour adult video store. I had a fish bat under the counter. It was my favorite fucking self-defense weapon I ever had.
I kept one of those
I
when we
love a
worked
fish
at
bat.
the Mini Factory, the nightclub. I had one behind the box.
Yeah, just make sure to keep in your trunk some black garbage bags, some zip ties,
Some quick lime.
Stuff like that.
Shovels.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll go over well.
They're not
You get
illegal
put on a list.
individually.
Yeah, it's like that game you play at the grocery store. What are the 3 items to make the freaking cashier just flip out? You ever heard of that? Where
I
you go to the grocery store and you got to pick the 3 most terrifying items to put together to see if the cashier freaks out or just like eyeballs you, like whipped cream, KY jelly, and duct tape, that kind of idea.
Fuck, man, American grocery stores sell some weird ass shit.
They do.
KY at the grocery store?
I'm just making shit up, something to that effect.
Walmart would have all that.
Yeah, Walmart would
Yeah,
definitely.
if you go to a super Walmart, you could get everything.
Yeah. And you know what?
I think
Nobody
you've
at a
got cars
fucking
there.
cash gives a fuck about at Walmart what you put on the goddamn conveyor belt. They hate their lives, they hate you, and they just want to get you the fuck out of the store.
That is,
Believe it or
probably
not,
factual.
well, where I live, all the cashiers, they kind of know me, and I always make it a point to
And there's a fucking picture at the door. You see this man. They all know you, buddy. They all know you.
I always try to be really nice, and engage them in some sort of short conversation, just so that on the off chance I bump into them, because it is a small town. If I bump into them elsewhere, I'm hard to forget. I have a distinct look wherever I go, and it always turns out really well. There's some of the managers there, like at this one grocery store I go to, he's always happy to see me and talk to me for even if it's just a minute. But I'm dying to one day just go in, and play that game again. Look for the 3 crazy things and make a short video and see if the cashier just, like you said, whether they give a shit or not, or they just like, whatever, no big deal, or if they're like,
We're going to see Shadow on the video like Johnny Somali.
Yeah, exactly. Tack hammer.
Like just getting his ass whipped.
Tack hammer, needle nose pliers, and Oragel. Put that on the thing and see what happens. See if you can get a cocked eyebrow out of him.
Like, somebody is practicing home surgery.
Yeah, someone's doing
I back in the day, I actually took my own braces off because my folks weren't doing well financially, and I overheard them talking. It was going to be like $2,000 to get my braces off, and I'm like, fuck that. I got a 12-pack of Budweiser, a pair of pliers, and a good sturdy chair.
See, back in the day when I was born with perfectly straight teeth.
Me too.
Because I'm genetically perfect.
Nice echo. Oh, and
It's
by the
really
way,
nice
nice
when you have
northern
northern European ancestry, like Scandinavian, Danish. That northern. Yeah. You got nice teeth. You can digest milk and cheese as an adult.
Oh, I love to flex on lactose intolerant.
Oh, I love it too. My best friend's Italian, and he can't do creams and cheese. He's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry, button. I'm so sorry that your vast empire was undone by the shits."
Yeah.
How do you live that down?
Your ancestors are so weak. Cow milk makes them ill.
By the way, my genetics does not allow a beard, so I'm sorry about that. So I
Don't sweat it, dude.
Younger.
I'm actually gonna cut all this off on New Year's Eve. Tired of getting the maple syrup in it.
But it took so long for you to get the mustache to connect to the lower part. Why would you get rid of that?
No, I could not
look
have
like a real
mustache.
man.
me and Connell and Bruce we're gonna do this Three Musketeers thing, and do the whole facial hair thing, and both of the fuckers backed out. It's
Well,
like
it's because they decided they didn't want to be gay, so that's why
I
they
cannot have a
realized
there's
mustache.
always
I
that.
cannot
There's
have a
that.
beard. Cannot have a mustache. Cannot have a beard. And the stuff in the background belongs to my wife, so it looks very masculine.
I was gonna say,
Don't even sweat it, dude.
I think
Don't
Jose,
even-
we're just going to rename you
half of
Pussy
us are
Patrol.
surrounded by freaking toys. You know what I mean?
Well, all that means, Jose, is that you've got a lot of native blood. Whatever the
I think-
natives were down where you live, because like a lot of the like Indians up in North America, none of them could grow facial hair hardly.
Yeah, for shit.
It's just
Yeah, I've never seen
I
a
did not start
facial
growing
hair.
facial hair until my mid-20s.
I was shaving at 13.
Yeah,
I had
some people
my,
are like that.
I
My
am
buddy
about your
did
age.
this. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. I am about your age, and I cannot grow facial hair.
That's okay.
Hey,
My
you know
buddy
what?
used to date a Chinese girl.
That's all right. They decided they
she-
didn't want to be gay.
They didn't want to be gay. There you go.
With anyone else,
No,
he said.
exactly. Yeah, they're on their own,
Nah.
super gay. With Shadow, straight as an arrow. No, a buddy of mine used to date this Chinese girl, and she used to laugh all the time at my beard. And I'm like, why is
Oh,
my beard
man.
so funny? And she said, because you piss off Chinese men just by existing. Just when you're on the bus and they see your beard, they're like, because they can't have that. I'm like, okay. Well,
Yeah, they all got a beard like Egg from frickin' Big Trouble in Little
Big
China.
trouble, exactly.
I actually
It's
bumped
just
into a guy.
twisty little thing. They're like,
I bumped into a guy yesterday at Walmart who had that the exact beard. I'm just like, oh my god, I want to say something. I want to
it
say
looks
something.
like yours.
Right? And of course I didn't, because
Because you
Yeah,
said-
Like
I-
most of the time I was in the army, I barely had to shave. It
Oh,
was,
I
it
do-
was
I do
so
twice a
weird. But
day.
then again, my natural hair color is black. And though you can't really see up close, my eye color is black. But my skin color is burst into flames if I go into sunlight.
Welcome.
So,
Welcome to the club, fellow fish
then
belly
about-
white brother.
yeah, 25, I just started growing facial hair. But I still barely grow hair anywhere else. Like if I show you my chest, there's like no hair.
please
here.
don't.
So I
Sure,
don't
what's that,
know
Shadow?
what kind of thing that is. Or
Okay,
why
what do I
that
got to
is.
do to flag a video?
Yeah,
Hey,
right.
hey,
No, they didn't flag Raggy's video, and that dude's standing there topless,
Seriously.
wrapped in a towel.
That they don't flag because they're afraid they'll get the queers if they touch it. You know, they're like, I'm not gay. I don't rollerblade. You know, that's that whole stuff.
hey, speaking of maybe changing the subject. I was talking to Raven. I think it was last night before, about there's this list going around about the most popular hobbies that men can have from a women's perspective, right?
I seen it.
Okay,
It's on Twitter.
how far down on the list is D&D or role playing games?
It's way down.
Yes.
It's like the bottom, right?
Yeah.
And
It
yet,
was like hunting, fishing, woodworking. There was like a whole slew of things
Mhm.
before role playing.
oh, okay,
I think even model making beat role playing,
as in the worst or at least popular.
as in more popular.
Oh, okay, yeah. Because anything to do with little plastic army men and that sort of thing, it just
I think they were thinking more about, you go to the store, you drop 20 or 30 bucks, you get one of those Revell kits that's like, a 1960 something Barracuda. And the wife is like, yeah, of course. I mean, it's a muscle car. So, my husband likes muscle cars.
I used to work last
Training
security
set too.
Oh, my uncle's an insurance. When I was in Vancouver working security, our mobile supervisor, the guy that would go around and check up sites, was a collector of classic cars. This guy, his mother had been quite rich, and when she died, she left him a lot of money, so he started buying cars. And he goes, you should see my Shelby. I'm like, you have a Shelby Cobra? He's like, yeah. I said, bullshit. He goes, no, I'll bring it by one night. One night he calls the fucking, it's like 3 a.m. I get a call. Yeah, I'm going to be there in about 5 minutes. Go down to the loading dock, open up the loading dock. I'm like, all right. I go down and open it up. 3 blocks away, I could hear it. This fucking rumbling, growling fucking thing. And then it comes around the corner and it's like, Jesus, I don't even like cars. And I got a fucking horn on. You know what I mean? Like, just, it made that sound like a bitch. That thing going by outside, whoever's got that bitch car going by, that sounds like a wasp compared to when you hear a fucking Shelby come in, man. Like, that thing was gorgeous, but it rumbled. Oof.
Yeah, I think isn't that the one that killed James Dean?
Was it a Shelby Cobra? I
No,
think
that
it
was
was
a
a Porsche.
spider. That was a spider.
Was it Daytona?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I
And then
know
it killed
one
the
of them
person on the car.
cliff.
A man's hobby, Battletech.
Oh man, I love
it.
that.
All
That's like
right,
holding
bye.
up a
Everybody
cross
take
to
care of
bear.
yourselves. See you
I
later.
knew it. I fucking knew it.
Yeah, that's a
Stalker.
Stalker, one of the best
Stalker.
assault mechs.
Yep.
Yeah. Bear hates miniatures games.
I don't hate miniatures games. I hate BattleTech.
I don't understand why, but okay.
Because you've never been in a room. Okay, James, I want you to imagine you're in a room and there's 7 people that you get along with really, really well, and you enjoy their company, and you guys talk about really, really common interests all the time. And then this one topic that you have no interest in comes up, and that's the next 3 hours of the fucking conversation is that fucking topic. And like autistic level, like let's say it's I don't know, wall hangings, and you don't give a fuck about wall hangings, but they're going into autistic detail about frame sizes and what strength of fucking tack to use and whether steel is better than aluminum and and you're sitting there going, because you have nothing to contribute to the conversation. One time, okay. 2 times, okay. By the 40th fucking time you've been in that conversation, you hate fucking wall hanging.
Bear, do you remember that comedian who was doing this bit about like a kid in his life who was talking to him about Pokemon for like just nonstop, and then he takes the kid to get back at him. He takes him into the bathroom and starts talking about the decorative soaps.
Wow.
We all have one of those topics, one of those subjects, you know. With
All I'm going to say, if I go to your house and I use the washroom and there's decorative towels, guess what I'm using to dry my balls?
I would not blame you, but I'd warn you,
Fucking
they've probably been
decorative
used
towels.
before. They've probably been used before, so just warning you, you know.
Well, in your house, they've probably been used by fucking aliens and Sasquatch, so who fucking knows?
Well, within my house, no, you're thinking of Raven's house.
In Raven's house, they vanish randomly.
There are no aliens, and Sasquatches are probably just some kind of hominid we haven't found yet.
I'll go you one better. Is a grizzly bear or a brown bear or something that somebody mistook for something crazy?
Absolutely, because if there's one thing guys who spend all their time in the woods hunting do is mistake bears for hominids. Happens like it's crazy how often that happens, that people see a bear and go, "Oh my god, it's a person."
And people lie and people tell fish stories.
Yet you shove religion down people's throats to talk about your faith.
Well, that's because faith is a different thing than fact.
No. To paraphrase you, when they drive Jesus into town on the hood of the car, that's when all believe.
That's awesome.
Miss you, Shadow.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Because I want to be there.
When they drive the car into town with Sasquatch strapped to the hood, all believe in Sasquatch. Great. Let's use that fucking litmus test for everything now.
Well, because right off the bat, you know that Jesus, you know, if you were to bag him, you know, shoot him, he would just disappear. You know, it's like, fuck this. You're not tying me to no anything.
No. I disagree.
You're not tying me to anything
Jesus
again.
would be down for it. So that way he could pop up off the hood of the car and go, "See, motherfuckers, I'm real. Believe." And they'd all go like, "Oh shit, Jesus!" See, so you're wrong.
With aliens and Bigfoot
Now,
all these
do
other
not do
things.
this to a Mexican dude named Jesus who's doing the hedges in your California home, okay? Shadow, please don't strap him to the hood of the car.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to
Please.
hire someone to start
Shadow
doing
ain't got any
service.
hedges. He lives in a desert.
That's
Yeah,
true, you
yeah.
do.
Oh, but you should see my property. We've got more plants than anybody else in the neighborhood. We got enough we can start giving them away. Everybody else is
Weird
just like
flex.
Yeah,
I have the most plants in
cactus.
the desert. Mm.
Oh, I've got like
King
4
of plants.
pomegranate trees, 2 peach trees, an apple tree, some weird things. I don't know what they are, but they eat them here. Lots of cactus. They eat those too. I'll never understand that shit. I tried it
That
once.
is
It's
good.
like,
Are you thinking about leche?
I don't know.
Leche's
They
good.
look like green, like grape, and you peel them and eat them.
No, no, no. They're like these. They look like sort of misshapen pears, and they're like rock hard.
Sabra?
Papaya.
Maybe I don't know. I don't eat
If
any
it's
of that.
green papaya, a lot of times you use that to tenderize meat, just a little bit.
Do they have spikes on the shell?
No, no.
Okay, so that's Sabra. That's cactus fruit.
So,
Yeah,
so
we've got something
it's
like
not,
that on our cactus.
what they call
but it-
durian.
I'm not sure, but it's it's kind of pear shaped, but the bottom has got these weird like bulbous areas, where it meets the core. I don't know what the freak it is. I just know I ain't eating it.
Hmm.
It's probably some sort of tree squash or something. I don't know.
Tree squash. But when you drive into
What
town
the
with
hell
a
it
tree
is.
squash strapped to the hood of your car, I'll believe they exist, sir.
Tree squash.
I don't know. I've got this weird faith in modern hunters that they'd be able to track down a run of the mill giant hominid of some sort and
Really?
eventually grab one.
You ever seen First Blood?
With Stallone.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
I'd like to think Sasquatch playing that fucking game. That'd be even better. We're gonna get ourselves a Sasquatch, and then they find out he was in country. Now you're fucked. You're taking that many men and dogs up against Sasquatch. You better remember one thing. What's that? A good supply of body bags. Like there you go. That's what you need to do.
I don't know. It just seems at some point we can freaking read a dime's date from satellites in space. We'd be able to track down a couple of giant monkeys.
So, as Raven said, one of them wrote a letter to humanity, and you were there for that, and you should be much more respectful about that because clearly they see us as their little brothers, and they want us to be happy and put away the nuclear weapons.
Do you know that's how they caught the scientist chick who faked the Coco, the gorilla that knew sign that turned out didn't know sign at all? That's how they caught her. They did a speech from Coco about the environment, and all these guys were like, these scientists were like, there's no fucking way this animal has this kind of grasp of this shit. So they went to her, it's like, we want to see every damn note you've taken. We want to see all your research right now. And she had nothing. And then they took the gorilla and they started signing to it. It just randomly does signs that it sees you do. And she would edit the tape until it looked like she was getting a sensible response and shit. It was all bullshit. For 20 years,
Right.
they pulled that off.
On the anti-bullshit side, I just want to point out that the taiga of Russia is 1.5 times the size of the United States.
Yeah,
and you're not going to satellite anything into that shit.
This miracle thing of the satellite concept, Shadow, that's just absolutely not understanding how that technology works. I'm sorry. It can't.
So?
It can't do that yet. It will one day, and then hopefully we'll find a bunch of Sasquatches in the Pacific Northwest all sitting around going, what the fuck, dude? That'll be awesome. I'm looking forward to that.
They just got a telescope with resolution to see the moon landing sites, in the last year or two.
Well, that's a bullshit fake thing then.
I've never understood people who want to deny the moon landing. It's like
I don't get them either. They're
Yeah.
weird.
it's like
It is very interesting to see that people say it is CGI. It is CGI. Have you ever seen the computer graphics of Star Wars? This was the CGI of the 1970s.
right.
Well,
It's
the
like
60s. But the thing is that there's the problem is NASA has faked so many fucking photos and been caught for it
Yeah, they,
and released so much bullshit. I understand why people go, yeah, fuck those guys. They're lying about everything. You know what I mean? Because that's just the way NASA is. They lie about everything. You know, we don't have a fucking real picture of the Earth.
Really?
Every fucking picture of the Earth that you will find if you go and look is not an actual picture of the world, but a composite image with like art and like airbrushing and shit. The only fucking picture of the Earth from space we have that is legit is that picture I think Voyager or one of them took when it was like way the fuck out. So it's just this little white dot in like a band of like milky sort of light. That's the only legitimate picture of the Earth we have. Everything else is like composite, manufactured horseshit by NASA. NASA are the biggest fucking like. I think we went to the moon. I'm not denying the moon landing at all, but I understand why people don't trust NASA.
Do you think we went exactly when we say we went, or later?
I don't know. I do say this. Have you seen the fucking the Mars photo shit?
oh, where they colorize the sky because people
Not just that. A lot of these outcroppings and stuff like that, people found where they are on Earth, and a couple of them are in Canada. And they just put the pictures of them side by side. And like, oh, one has a red filter and one doesn't, and the one that doesn't is on Earth and in Greenland. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck?
That wouldn't surprise me at all.
NASA is so full of shit.
You know, the weirdest thing about that is if you see the interview of the three astronauts from the first moon landing when they first get back home.
They don't look like heroes. They look like they're fucking distressed.
They literally look like they're in one of those hostage videos. They look
that
depressed.
first press conference they give.
Yes. Oh
Dude,
my
they
god.
don't sound like they sound upset,
dejected and
okay.
Guilty. Maybe.
Never forget Jack Parsons, and that's all you ever need to know about NASA's bullshit. The two
think about it.
Vital people in the space race were a Satanist and an ex-Nazi.
Even back then, Americans had that sort of America, fuck yeah, sort of spirit. If I was Neil Armstrong and I just got back from the moon, I would never
fuck a
shut up
secretary in front of the news, right? You just grab some random blonde bitch from the group and go, "Come here, I'm fucking been to the moon."
It's something, you know what I mean? Not like they just killed your dog and your family and you were next.
But this isn't the conspiracy show, Shadow, so we're not going to go too far down this rabbit hole.
Yeah. Well, what is certain is the safety standards of the space shuttle. They lost 2 of 4 orbiters.
Yeah.
The day the Challenger happened back in the 80s, by lunch, we had jokes. By lunch. Like, by the fucking time we went for lunch, people were doing, what's NASA stand for? Nice air show, assholes. Need another 7 astronauts. Like, the jokes were flying by lunchtime.
Yeah.
People are fucking cruel, man.
My favorite,
my
favorite one was, what was the last thing that goes through Krista McAuliffe's mind? Piece of steel, 3 feet long.
Yeah, it was like Gen X was just savage.
Oh, fuck, we're feral.
It was just
feral.
We still are.
It was
We
like
still are.
How many astronauts can you fit in a Volkswagen? 2 in back, 2 in front, 7 in the ashtray. Jesus Christ. So brutal.
And what's crazy is I saw it explode.
Live?
Because I was
watching
going
it
to
at school.
school.
Watching it when
We watched it on
Florida.
TV. Yeah, they did the same thing to us. They dragged us out to fucking watch it, and then it
They
exploded.
marched
We're
us all
grade
out
9.
to watch it.
Yeah, we're all grade 9, and like this
Blows
teacher's
up.
crying, and we're like, "What the fuck? What's going on? This is so weird." And then this one guy, Jimmy, was a Jewish kid. He hated everybody. He's like, "I bet you it was those fucking terrorists. It was those fucking terrorists in the Middle East." And we're just like, "Jimmy, no."
No, it was
What impressed me,
contracted it out to the lowest bidder.
what impressed me was the lack of curiosity of journalists. Because, for example, if you have a delay, instead of trying to present how you have many government employees doing nothing, they should have asked why they are not doing anything, because there is a reason for that. And if they had a curiosity, they would go to the engineer to find out the reason, and they would find out that there was a true justification for the delay.
You got to remember one thing, Jose. that only works in a world where the audience is curious. Never forget, there was a botched fucking Mars rover mission, and the excuse they gave was, oh, well, everybody else was using metric, but the Americans were using imperial, so their calculations were off, and that's what happened. And the American audience went, oh, okay, that seems reasonable. Like, what? No, of course that didn't fucking happen, because all scientists and engineers know metric, for fuck's sake. What are you talking about? Like, stop your bull. But this is the blue world we live in. Pure bullshit. But yeah, we are
I don't know.
definitely.
That seems like exactly the sort of stupid,
indeed.
retard mistake I could see somebody making.
Yeah, because you work in a fucking grocery store or whatever the fuck you do. So that makes perfect sense because you work with uneducated. What do you do for a living, Doc? I've never asked you. What do you do for a living?
Oh, I murder chickens.
Exactly. You work at a slaughterhouse, so you work with a bunch of fucking maybe got GED assholes. So you're like, yeah, I can absolutely see that shit happening. NASA, there's like 10 PhDs in the room. You know what I mean?
I met some stupid, educated people.
Not in their field of experience, though. That's the point. There are plenty of stupid, educated people when they step outside their area of expertise and they start running their mouths about other things because they suffer from the I'm smart about this, therefore I'm smart about everything syndrome. But when you got a bunch of engineers sitting around, you're going to tell me a bunch of fucking PhD engineers couldn't figure out, wait a minute, this is metric and we're using imperial. We should switch. No, that didn't happen. It was a bullshit lie.
And also, I imagine they do use metric. Like in the military, we always used metric.
So NASA just decided to be old school? You know, like,
that is a little weird.
The OSR of NASA? Is that what's going on?
Yeah. For example, there is another term that everybody uses, reentry. The space shuttle never used reentry. Apollo basically the capsule came, bounced against the atmosphere, and then it had a re-entry. So basically it entered, bounced, and entered again. Instead, the space shuttle just goes down, 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 and has an entry.
Just stabs that shit like a college guy at a party. Absolutely.
So it is like, okay, many years of the space shuttle program, and you still use re-entry for an entry. So
re-entry. It's like preheating the oven.
Yeah, very much.
If you watch George Carlin, you'll know.
Speaking of which, I have to check my supper.
Because it's like, how can you preheat anything? You are either heating it or not heating it. You are, at no point are you ever preheating it. But, you know, we are Americans and we do what we want. And we measure things in links of banana. And that's not even a lie. There's a role-playing game out there called Index Card Role-Playing Game. And all the measurements are in bananas.
That makes sense. I'll accept banana measurement.
Yep.
Anything that's not metric, I'm okay with.
Yep.
The metric system has no gravitas. It's like somebody complains like, oh, my poor feet, I walked for kilometers. Kiss my ass, you bitch.
Like,
walk for some miles, then come talk to me. Kilometers.
It's like that don't even sound like a real unit of measurement. I think you made that up.
It's French. It's a French system. It's all these.
Well, I mean, I'd rather not copy anything the French do. So there you
What's
go.
The last thing
I don't know.
Modernism.
I'm thoroughly addicted to French toast fries and a couple other things.
Both
which are not American. French. They're fucking British or American.
Yeah.
I'm perfectly aware of that. That's what makes it funny.
No, it isn't. It's sad. It's fucking sad.
Everybody laugh.
The way your country has done France dirty is brutal. Because you wouldn't have your fucking country if it wasn't for the French. Lafayette. There's a reason why every one of your cities has a street called Lafayette in it. There's a reason. Yet you guys, ever since World War II, you just shit on the French like non-stop and kiss the British's ass. And it's like, why? What the fuck happened? I know we'll never understand it.
It's the accents.
I can explain it because it's in a movie.
Okay, go.
Patton. Americans love a winner and cannot abide a loser.
That's fair. Yet you still put up with England.
Yeah, well, they were still fighting.
Yeah, but they're still one of the biggest losers in history.
Right.
How do you go from having an empire that circles the globe to rationing food in the 80s? What the fuck?
Or jailing people for thinking the wrong thoughts, you know.
Oh, hey,
or
Bruce is
praying.
here. Hey, Bruce, how you doing? That's a Bruce move.
Yeah.
Making it about modern politics. Shadow, you're better than that. I love Bruce, but that's what he does. You got to catch him. Don't do that, Bruce.
Well, your son says he needs your help, Shaftwell.
Yeah, I already took care of that. He forgot the towel for his shower. Could have been more embarrassing. Could have been shit tickets, but you know.
American English, the language of love.
Right?
Shit tickets.
I
Remember,
had never in my entire life even heard of that.
You never heard it referred to as shit tickets?
No.
Really? Oh my God, that's ancient.
Yeah.
Fuck, that's like at least 80s.
Yeah, well, I guess I had a better upbringing.
You had an
Well,
upbringing?
that's not true.
What's that? What's that?
Yeah. First of all, you're Appalachian, so no, you didn't. And second of all, I'm sure you have some colorful terms you grew up with that would make us go, really? I've never heard that before.
Well, I mean, in our outhouse growing up, we just kept like newspaper.
Oh, that because that works so well.
After you're done reading the newspaper, you just put it in the bathroom. And then if you take the newspaper and you rub it together like that, it gets soft.
If you say so.
Well, Appalachian slang isn't it really dirty? It's just weird. It's like
it's not dirty, but he is right. It is weird. Some of the things that we say are like, no, you just made that up.
Oh, okay.
Some of the things that you say?
Yeah, it's like you hear somebody say something and you're like, no, that can't be true. You made that up.
Hey, look, it's Jackie. Jackie, make fun of your father for us. We all love that.
Oh,
He put him on the spot. He wasn't ready.
yeah, it's situational.
Don't use his bitch out. No, Jackie, be a man. Don't take his bitch escape.
Look at the hat he's wearing. How hard can this be?
I know, right?
Look at him. I know you're desensitized and you have like a little bit of Stockholm syndrome going on, but just look at him. The comedy's there, young man.
I mean, there is this, whatever this is.
Oh my
but-
God, that's.
It'll be gone in a couple more weeks.
What are you gonna do with it? Bring it to life with lightning bolts? What? It's alive! James,
I'm still thinking about shit tickets. I'm like,
It's a no-brainer. I mean, they come in a roll, individually perforated like tickets.
that's what I want to know
that is
about.
just very
Why
strange.
do they fucking perforate them into squares? What the fuck is that? Who only uses one square?
Oh, what was it? Alanis Morissette? Wasn't she the one who used to brag about only using one or two tickets? I'm not joking. It was someone.
Again, I have to do this so often, but again, on behalf of Canada, I would like to apologize for the idiots we send to your country to be celebrities. The upside is we don't keep them here anymore, so that makes us better. But sorry, you have to fucking think they're cool.
The upside of Alanis Morissette is she would go down on you in a theater.
That's not a real.
Is that really a good thing?
Yeah, I got to agree
First
with
of all, she's proto Taylor Swift. So
You are acknowledging.
Have you seen her?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
what? What are you acknowledging?
Oh no, it just usually he's the kind of guy to just take anyone at any time. Doesn't matter.
Wow.
Like he has no restrictions. He's just a degenerate.
Yeah, no, she
Like the kind of stuff that's
when-
happened when none of us are home and it's just him. I
Legendary.
dread to think about it.
Do you,
Legendary.
you ever just blacklight the house and see what the fuck's going on?
Don't do that.
Just walk around black light.
You
That
have
thing is
several
just black.
He becomes concerned.
All you'll
I
find
don't
is
want
like
to,
fucking ruins. You're like, how's he getting fucking fourth arc in this? What the fuck? You know. Yeah, Alanis Morissette in the '90s went from being this like super hot redhead when she was like doing the "I'm a teen star" thing to the you look like you don't wash your hair.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Who told that bitch she could sing?
I don't know.
Oh my god, she's awful.
I'm gonna say it was
George.
the guy on Full House
Oh my god.
that
The
played
things, the
Uncle
things
Joe.
guys will do for a little action, right?
I'm gonna say it was him. What's his name? Greg Goulet or some shit?
Oh, yeah. Oh God, that's a name.
Dave.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Dave.
No, not Jesus.
Dave. What the fuck? Dave. Fucking. I got John Stamos. I got fucking Bob. Dave Coulier. Dave Coulier.
Yeah, something French.
Yeah. He's not Canadian, by the way.
No. I used to think he was, but you corrected me on
I
that.
was about to die.
But speaking of mysteries in toilet paper, when you're in the military in the MREs, they give you a little package filled up with toilet paper with, I believe, 6 or 8 squares in it.
Yeah, it's not much.
I do not know what the hell. You can blow your nose. It can come in handy for that. But you're not getting any actual work done with what they give
Get
you.
the actual work done. That was awesome, dude.
The thing is when you're in the desert, you just use sand. You know, just sand it clean. It'll be all right.
Hey, who wants to talk about BattleTech?
Just rub some dirt on it. Is that what I'm hearing?
BattleTech.
Hey, TV.
You know, I think the Catapult is an impressive mech.
I love Dave TV. Next on Dave TV. And then
We
he
got what you need right here on Dave TV.
Yeah.
He's
just
got
a
charisma.
gigolo, and everywhere I go,
Bear.
people know the price or the role I'm
Bear,
playing.
Where I did not have the same experience with BattleTech because I used to play with my wife. So basically, she's not that nerdy, but well, now I will need to find somebody to play.
No,
You know they've got like an online BattleTech simulator
Yes.
where it's
Yes, it is Mega Mech, but
yeah, I've never played it, but I've heard of it.
yeah, but I feel it is a little bit complex for like basically when something is too complex and there is nobody like teaching it or something, I have some difficult learning it. Like
Right.
for example, MechWarrior Destiny is the one that I could grasp on my own. But others like D&D or like Star Frontiers, I could not grasp on my own. So basically, I had to give up on that. So MechWarrior Destiny.
Right. Destiny is pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah.
It's a good game. It kind of nails everything right off the bat, and you can just do what you want to do.
Oh, by the way, the video about MechWarrior Destiny, the review.
I
Remember?
made one a long time ago, and then I decided to delete all my videos.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So I need to make another one.
Okay.
Now there's a guy who jumps onto my channel on occasion named Raven,
Mm-hmm.
and he has played MechWarrior Destiny
Mm-hmm.
with no miniatures or anything,
Mm-hmm.
just using the MechWarrior Destiny role-playing game rules, which I think would work. You know, so I ran a whole campaign a long time ago. Hungar could tell you about it, of MechWarrior first edition. And yeah, I had 4 or 5 players, and we did a whole campaign for like a year. And it was a fun game, you know? It was a good role-playing game. But that's, Destiny's not much different. You just assign points and double points for reflexes because it's so important, and then you buy skills or pick life path skills, and then you either pick or random whichever kind of mech you're going to have, and then you play the game.
I was clearly wrong. Let's go back to talking about poop.
I was just talking about how Destiny is very similar to MechWarrior 1 and 2.
Oh, you mean the social commentator? Yes, he is much
The
like
role-playing
that. He's
game.
very annoying. Yes, you're right. Just like
Battletech. Yeah. No, but the only experiences that I can tell you are more like things that people can understand. Like my first game, I had my mech basically almost undamaged, and then there was an unlucky shot. The dice gods do not hate me. Basically, they hate me, and basically, I got a shot. It penetrated the armor, got into the ammo, and my mech basically became a Christmas tree.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
my
that
first
will
game,
100% happen.
yeah, my first game. So it was a very interesting way to lose. And I discovered that I enjoy losing more than I enjoy winning.
Especially if you're fighting against a mech with machine gun ammo. Get machine gun ammo and they take 200 points of internal damage. It's like, yeah, just pick that thing up. It's done.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, I'm still waiting for my box set. Should be here Wednesday. And according to UPS, my Talislanta Ultimate Edition Kickstarter stuff will be here Wednesday. So Wednesday is going to be a great day for me.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the Kickstarter. No news.
Which Kickstarter?
The Mercenaries Kickstarter.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, well.
I mean, I've never known of Catalyst to F up a Kickstarter.
Mm-hmm.
They're actually, even though I get pissed off and send them hate mail occasionally, they're not doing horrible. What they do that pisses me off is if I decide I need a Marauder and I go to their webpage, they should have a Marauder there. But no, the box the Marauders in is sold out for like a month. And you're like, hey, assholes, how hard is it for you to call your Chinese factory and tell them to send you some shit? But, that's my big problem. They never keep shit in stock. And it's just, plus Shadowrun 6 edition really sucks. Looking forward to seeing the new Tauslanta stuff. I've already seen it, Cody, and it's pretty much the old Tauslanta stuff. Like the history is updated by a couple hundred years, but the rules and everything are pretty much identical. Because Tauslanta, the rules never really change. The only difference is if you kickstarted at the level I did, they send you a book that converts Tauslanta to 5e D&D. If for some reason that's something you would want to do.
Yeah, the Kickstarter was supposed to arrive on June, and I also enrolled in the Conan the Barbarian Red Nails expansion that will be ready on January, and it looks like both are going to arrive at the same time if things go the way I think they will go. So.
And then Mech versus Conan.
Mech versus
Well,
Conan.
I mean, I've already downloaded
awesome.
the rules for the new Conan role-playing game.
Mm-hmm.
Who's putting that out?
What?
Who's putting that Conan RPG out?
Monolith, the same people that put the board game out.
Okay, that's what I figured.
Modifius.
No,
Is it
Modifius lost the
Modifius?
license.
No.
Yeah, Modifius is a thing of the past.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a thing of the past.
Have you
Okay.
already have it? Have you seen it?
You can go to Monolith Games webpage and download a PDF of the starter rules. It has everything in it but how to make a character.
Yeah. I actually really liked the Mongoose one.
Yeah, a lot of people think the Mongoose one was one of the best ones. My favorite thing it was listening to Double D being like, no one starts the game as a slaver. And me sitting here saying, in Conan 2.20, you can literally start the game as a slaver. I mean, that can be your career. You are from Vanheim and you are a slaver. And you even start the game with like manacles and shit. Like, that's what you do. You go out and enslave people. It's like, so maybe not in D&D, no one starts the game as a slaver, but in Conan, some people do, in fact, start as slavers. But, no disrespect, bro, but yeah. That's how Conan is. Talis Lanta is basically like if you were playing D&D on an alien world where everything is different. And the best thing to do is make the characters all choose archetypes from the 9 kingdoms. Since the 9 kingdoms are kind of the good guy confederation of kingdoms. Because the only way you're going to get people playing like the Ammonites or whatever, everyone in the group would have to be one. Because they pretty much hate everyone that doesn't worship their god. So if you threw an Ammonite Templar into a group with other people, that guy would be the guy that plays the asshole paladin. That's constantly being an asshole because you're a heretic and refusing to heal you or anything.
Yeah. I realized that the game, the tabletop game, it is basically tactical. I would say the Conan and the heroes versus the hordes.
Yeah.
And it is a good game. I've been like playing solo, and basically I realized that this is a system that is worthy, and therefore the Kickstarter for the expansion. So
yeah, Modifius I thought did a good job, but they pissed Ari Howard's estate off.
They're
I
very
think it was
touchy.
the book about the Far East.
They're very touchy about what you do with the license. And
yeah,
good,
they
and
don't
good on them.
tolerate a bunch of shit.
And good on them for doing that. I wish Tolkien's descendants had that attitude.
Yeah. So pretty much whatever it is that Modifius did that offended the Ari Howard.
It was the added Asian martial arts.
Yeah.
That's what set them off.
I think they were already on their way to being set off when the Black Kingdoms book came out and it had the like pre-apology in the front. Like there was this little box saying, this game depicts black people sometimes in negative ways, and we apologize, and blah, 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 but we're trying to, and it's like,
period.
It's like, this is Conan, and one of the players at my table plays a black guy, even though he's a white guy, but he plays a guy from Zimbabwe. So what the hell are you talking about? So I think that was the beginning of the end when they started apologizing for Ari Howard's setting.
Yeah. If you feel the need to apologize for the thing you're about to do, you would think you just wouldn't do it.
Just don't do it, right? But they made this big to do about it, and then like Doc said, they added like kung fu and shit into the game.
That's retarded.
And Ari Howard Estate was like, nope, you're done. So then they gave it to Monolith, who already makes the board game where you play the different characters and you trade like strength and will to do actions and whatever. And they make actually really cool miniatures because I've got some of the picks. And the game, pretty much every attribute has a die and then a number. So whenever you want to do something, you roll the die and add the number. And then you also add the skill level. And if that is more than what you need, then awesome, right? Your average human has like, I don't know, like a 4. So you might have a human with 4 and a dice 6. And that's going to be, you roll a dice 6 and add it to the 4 and then add the skill. But then if you're Conan, like your might score is going to be like, 8. And which means no matter what you roll on the die, you're a lot more likely to do whatever the feat of strength was that you wanted to do.
It is like my wife, when she was fine, she wanted to play basically the Masters of the Universe game. And basically, she bought the box of Shira and all this, but the system looked very generic. So basically, what I did was that we got the box of Shira, and I was intending to translate and create character cards to play with the Conan system. So
Yeah, that
it's
would work 100%. That would
yeah,
work just fine. I mean,
Was
yeah.
that the?
I
Was that the?
tend to be unique in that I'm a fan of Modifius's 2 dice 20 system.
Mhm.
A lot of people don't like it, but I liked it. The
I'm
new
not a
system
fan.
is basically, like I said, it's roll a die depending on something and add your attribute and skill level to it. So, and the die could be anywhere from a die 4 to like a die 10 or a die 12. So, in a way, it's like Savage Worlds, but not.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Savage Worlds either.
Yeah, but it's kind of like that. So, but like I said, if you go to the Monolith webpage where they sell the board games and shit,
Mhm.
they have the starter role playing game and some starter characters on
Mhm.
PDF. You can download them and read it and make your own mind up on whether or not, it looks like something you're going to be interested in.
Hey,
Isn't
Cody,
D&D?
real quick, Cody, what games have you been playing? Very curious, because I'm looking at hundreds of games in my collection that I'm gonna have to open a shop just to find players to play because who the shit still plays ogre?
I agree with you, Andre. It is amazing that everyone thinks every role playing game must somehow be a mirror of 2024 Seattle
Yeah.
or LA. And it's like, no. And Modifius, I have all of the Modifius books, every single one. And for the most part, they were dead on to R.E. Howard. Like the book, all of them were dead on. But then there were just those 2 books, the Far East book and the Africa book. Well, not Africa, the Black Kingdoms, where they kind of stepped out of line. And it's like, I didn't know Modifius for being what people would call a woke company or anything. They never seemed that way. I mean, I'm
And,
reading
you're talking the Conan books, right?
right.
Okay, I picked up the John Carter Modifius books back when this was a
Well,
while
of
ago.
course you did.
Yeah, they put out beautiful, well written lore and history and that sort of thing. But the mechanics, I will never ever be able to play the John Carter game because the mechanics just don't work for me. Other people maybe so, but I will definitely use them and the Mutant Chronicles books as source books for ideas and information if I ever run Mutant Chronicles or John Carter in some other system. So at the very least, I can vouch for there's still some use and
Okay,
some
what is your
value.
problem with John Carter? Is it too ambiguous?
Uh, there's just not enough.
Yep.
Well, not enough of a lot of things, but mostly adventure hook and ideas. The ones they have are very mundane,
Yeah,
and
but I mean, as far as the actual mechanics.
the mechanics, I honestly can't remember. I did play with Crafty Matt Craft in a Conan game, so I did play that game, and I had a lot of fun. But I didn't like a lot of the momentum rules where you're pass the buck so that you can kind of manipulate and game the system later. You're taking this bad thing here so that maybe your other friend can get a bonus, a couple of points on a die or something like that.
Yeah,
I
but
have,
that's just a preference thing.
right.
Conan is the best 2 die 20 game. Like if you look at Star Wars, it's literally 3 stats and 3 skills.
No. The other thing I really have a problem with is money or resources
Star Trek. That was the Star Trek game, not
Yeah,
Star
the
Wars.
Star Trek game. And it's
where
like,
where
I don't
where
know. I feel like I need more than that.
Boy, do
no,
you
like go ahead, Bear.
No, I'm agreeing with James because I've run the game and it sucks.
Like a perfect example, I've used it before. When my character was pulling out his crossbow and shooting it for the first time, I ran out of ammo.
You were firing a lot.
No, I mean it was the first melee round, and I ran out because I rolled a bad die.
Yeah,
It's like,
you were firing a lot.
but it
You
was
have to understand that in Conan 2 die 20, if you rolled bad during a range attack is not one arrow. You're literally firing a volley.
right. But in the
And if
same
you
time, I
screw
was
up,
firing a crossbow.
you know,
Crossbow takes a lot longer to manipulate and fire, and in the same time, my partner had you know done very little. Let's say so it didn't seem like I was shooting a lot. It just seemed like I just somehow like dropped all my arrows or bolts.
well, if you think crossbows are hard to manipulate, the Qing Dynasty would like to have a word with you.
In comparison to a short bow or a long bow.
I mean, because they had repeating crossbows. You just
Right, but the standard crossbow, I've got three of them right here. I know how different it is to fire, cock, and load a crossbow.
I'm just messing with you, Shadow. I get it. If you're an AD&D player, that kind of abstractness can
and
be
the same with money. I'll let you know when I spend my money, when and where. I'll keep track of my arrows. I'll let you know when I run out or my bullets or whatever. You're not going to tell me because I rolled bad on a die that somehow I miscounted or forgot how to load my magazines or somehow I just blew them all off in a 60-second combat round. That's not the way it works.
Well, that's why you need to play Twilight 2000 because believe me, that game forces you to keep track of every round you own, what type it is, what type of MRE packet you got.
As a prepper, I can literally go right over here and tell you how many rounds I have in the house of every single caliber. Literally, I'm keeping track of how many cans of raviolis I've got.
3,000 rounds for an AK-74.
Twilight 2000 is Death by Tetanus, the role playing game.
Yeah, that's like, don't diss Terry.
You play D&D, right?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
not currently. Currently, I'm running the One Ring.
Yeah.
But
Because
yeah,
I'm gonna
I've
look
played
at this.
D&D.
Look at this miniature.
Oh, that's nice. It's like a Valkyrie on a
That's
It
beautiful.
is.
but it's got a unicorn horn.
Yeah, it is from Shira.
It's a little pink for me, but other than that,
Well, it might be that's just the resin color.
okay.
Yeah, it says the color. It is not painted yet.
Okay. Good.
Yeah, because you can buy resin in multiple colors, and one of them's flesh, and it prints everything looking that flesh color.
I was just
Look
giving
at
him a hard
this.
time. It's pink.
Is that Shira?
Shira, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, so those aren't from Archon Studio
My-
then?
Yeah, my wife wanted it, and basically I bought that. And
What was it?
my wife, the Shira expansion pack, because we
Is that
didn't
the
want the
Archon
game.
Studio game?
The studio.
Archon Studio.
I don't. Let me see if I can find who made this game. Let me see. Mattel and Simon.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Simon.
Zemon Games.
Yeah.
I played my share of those, like
Yeah,
Power
they made
Company or
this
Power
this
Grid or whatever it was
basically
called.
this is what my wife wanted me to buy for her, and I'm
Okay.
trying to adapt it to the Conan the Barbarian system. You said that this is a savage world. Isn't D&D savage too?
No,
Eh,
Savage World
it
is an
can't be.
actual game.
Oh,
Yeah, Savage Worlds is a, like a game engine.
Yeah, it's a way of playing a game. With Savage World, you can basically play any game you want.
but
That
not well. That's the beauty of it.
yeah,
You can
that's
literally play any game, just any setting you want, but not well.
yeah, that's kind of the selling point. It's like if you want something really kind of generic where you can do whatever you want, then you play Savage World.
Hey, are you a fan of all characters pretty much feeling the same after about 10, 12 sessions? Savage Worlds is the game for you, let me tell you.
Right.
The sameness of that system, it's so exhausting.
And I love bringing up to certain people that I have books.
Does
Sorry to
Nerdy
hear
Ogre
that.
get upset about that?
Oh, they're all like, "Why?" And I'm like, "I don't know. Play
Hey,
the original."
hey, as long as you're not playing Savage Worlds Deadlands.
I am not.
Okay.
I
My
would play
Deadlands
Savage Worlds
books are
Pathfinder,
orange.
though.
What?
I have orange Deadlands books.
Savage Worlds Pathfinder is not bad. They actually, because they made a lot of changes to the system to make it more what they wanted, and it works really well.
Okay.
House Divided. I still have what was it? It's made by the same guys that do Memoir 44, but it's like medieval. So, you got archers and knights and men at arms, and you play like the Battle of Agincourt. And then there's expansions where you can add like fantasy armies to the game. I have that game. It's pretty fun.
yeah. Basically, I talk from my ignorance because I could never grasp D&D because, well, I had to be the DM because at home, basically, my wife was the player, and
Right.
so I could not grasp to become a game master. So it was very complex for me, and at the time, I didn't know BattleTech, so basically, it was more than complex for me. So
Right. Well,
because
I'll
the
tell you what, there are games out there that are designed to be played solo.
Mhm.
As a matter of fact, Frostgrave can be played solo. Rangers of Shadow Dell can be played solo. The One Ring role playing
Shadows of
game
Brimstone.
has a solo rule set. I mean, any game could be played solo, but there's some of them that are actually
Yeah.
designed,
What do you call it? The Siege of the Citadel. You guys might remember that old board game.
right?
Well, they redid it a couple years back, and I finally got the Kickstarter, and it had this great AI engine based on just a simple deck of cards that had like there's like 10 or 12 different things on each card, for like if you're moving or shooting or what the bad guys do. So no matter what card you pulled, there'd always be an icon that would tell you what to do in case of X, so that no matter how many times you played it, you would never get, I mean, obviously, eventually you might start getting repeats of
Mhm.
actions, that would be identical. But it was just a simple, intuitive system where you just randomly draw a card to see what the bad guys do, so you could, you do your own thing. And when
Mhm.
it's the bad guy's turn, you pull a card, and depending on what decision you need to, like if you're trying to figure out where the monsters move, you draw a card and there'll be a random move
Mhm.
action on the card. If you want to know who or what they shoot at, there's a random. Uh,
Yeah, very much.
it was great. Had so
Mhm.
much fun playing it, and with Jackie, because we'd play cooperative against the AI,
Mhm.
and we got, I think we played about 4 games, and it's back in the box.
Yeah, it is. It is. The Clone Wars used also some AI like that, It uses the pandemic system and basically adds the villains. So basically, you need to fulfill missions while you try to stop the droid invasion. So it's a very interesting thing, and it uses AI for the villain with
That's
cards.
cool. Yeah,
That's a hell of a.
I'm probably going to get a lot of gaming in next week because my brother is visiting from Kentucky for a couple weeks. So I don't know how much I'll be making videos because
Also,
uh, he
also
wants.
this one.
He's already challenged me to a BattleTech duel, Lance on Lance, and then we're probably going to play Blood and Plunder, learn how to play that, and then we're going to play Saga,
Mhm.
the Battle of Gargamella, which will be his Persians with King Darius versus Alexander. I'll be, of course, playing Alexander um, and his army. But then we might play some like Irish versus Vikings or, just random Greeks versus random Greeks. I mean, we've got the stuff. So
What? No, Battlefleet Gothic or Man of War.
maybe no Battlefleet Gothic because he did not appear when we played it to be a super fan. But Manowar is a possibility because he loves the dwarves. And I always play the Bretonians.
Same here, dude. Bretonian forever.
So he's always got these ironclad monitors, and I've got these big galleons,
They're the
sailing
best
around.
fleet in the
So
game,
that's
dude. I
pretty
don't care what anybody says. The Bretonian's the best fleet. Absolutely. Most maneuverability, most cannons. What do you got there?
Here is a solo role playing system that has a system that generates missions, objectives, factions, cultures for alien races, and all this using dice.
nice.
Okay,
So,
that'll
so
work.
those are values for the dice, and those are the values that you're going to have. So you have a form and you start filling it. And so the faction, the mission, the objective, the location aspect, the position, their agenda, and the snag, and many other things. So it is a full rule. It is called Space Aces. Costs less than $5 on
Nice.
PDF. So I recommend it a lot because it looks like a very clever system, very simple, and basically I would say that it is more for writing stories more than RPG, but it gives an idea. It has a very interesting generator system for adventures.
That is very cool. And
Very
Cody
clever.
says he's going to start a Ranger of Shadow Dark Deep project and put it on his channel, which would be badass. Um, I personally have never played Rangers of Shadow Deep, but I have played a shit ton of Oathmark and Frostgrave. I have Stargrave, but I've never got anybody to actually play it with me. But Frostgrave, we were playing 4-player Frostgrave battles a couple years ago. Man, that game. That is a game where you can get beat by the NPCs. The NPCs can actually whip your ass in that game. Like, depending on the mission you take, like we were playing the mission where in the center of the table was a crypt, and every round you rolled to see how many skeletons showed up. And if you don't kill enough skeletons, eventually you gotta eat, bear. It's
Yeah,
about
it's
that
supper
time
time
of
for me.
year.
I gotta
Too.
go. So you guys have a good night. Thanks for hanging out.
Are we
Hey,
still
thank
doing
you.
7 o'clock?
Oh,
7 o'clock, my Discord, movie night room. We're watching some classic Star Trek and maybe another mystery science, another riff tracks. We'll see.
Excellent. Cool. I will see you there.
Goodbye.
Take
Yep,
care,
it's
Bear.
about
See you
time for
later.
me to,
it's
to
been
get
it's
off.
been a
Vaya con
privilege.
Diablos, everybody.
It's been a privilege to meet you.
Oh,
Yeah,
Excellent.
nice to meet you
I'm
too,
gonna
man.
go too. I gotta eat before movie night starts. I
I'm
will get
eating
with you
now.
guys later.
This is the one that has AI with cards,
Oh, nice,
pandemic system. It's a very good game.
nice.
Yeah, just
If
a
you're
horrible name.
Huh?
No.
It is a
Pandemic.
pandemic. Yeah,
Don't
it's
listen to
yeah,
Shadow. He's negative.
yeah, pandemic because